Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, shrimp. Oh, here's one pear for being lovely. Thank you so much. I love pears. I don't have any pears right now. All I've got is pineapple, which is still pretty awesome. But I don't know. I don't think you can have pineapples every week. I think that makes you explode or something. So this is my this is my pineapple for the next month, perhaps. Everyone, congratulations to Carrot for getting first. Hello, 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 hello. All right, everyone say hi to Mick. Everyone say hi to Mick. She can't be here. She can't be here, but we gotta say hi to her. I hope you guys are all doing so good. I hope you're having a nice Monday. You're camping to get first. That's so sweet of you. I think people used to do that a lot more often, but I think it's kind of hard. I think it's an extra hard mode if you're trying to do that for my channel specifically because sometimes sometimes the schedule is a little bit off, just a little bit. Sometimes it starts a little later. Haha. But thank you for doing that. That's so sweet of you. You're lying about your trip and playing DVD at home. That's you know what? She's allowed to do that, I think. If she's lying and she's just playing DVD, I think we should let her. She deserves that. Bullies you for Mick? Man, that's so messed up. I don't think I need any more bullies. I think we're maxed out. I need more people to be nice to me, perhaps. Danganronpan in 24 hours? Yo! I'm excited too. I'm nervous. I'm nervous a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of people don't like it. But a lot of people do like it. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared I'm not gonna like it. And then what? And then we're sad. I queued against her earlier. Sheesh. Can't wait to see you kill old ladies today. Oh. Well, that's not really the plan. I think my policy is I don't kill people unless they kill me first. Maybe perhaps. Maybe perhaps. Oh, thank you. How's it going? Ignore the propaganda. I am not immune to propaganda. I can't lie to you. Remember that old lady? That one old lady's sister is sending assassins after you. Well, yeah, but that was like a one-time thing. Surely you're just gonna be a regular style thief, and it'll be so okay. You need to kill the evil old lady who mistreats the orphans? Oh, I didn't even know that she mistreated orphans. I was just robbing her and then she got mad at me. And um I think people who are mad at me have to die. I think that's just the rules. I'm sorry. Um should I open the game? I'm gonna open the day. I'm gonna open the game. I'm gonna open the game. I'm excited. I'm excited. I wanna go fishing for real. You're a fake fan? Sigh. Imagine being a fake fan. You're mad at me? Well, man, that kind of sucks. I liked I liked you and valued you as a friend. Sorry, my computer freaked it for a second. Being mad at Fuzz is so cringe. So true. Did you talk to the child in Windhelm? I shouldn't. I haven't been to any of the cities. I don't know what I did. I played this game for like 3 hours and I couldn't tell you what got done. I picked a lot of mushrooms. Well, hold on. This game is so loud. You can't even hear it, can you? Need to go wash my dish since I just had lunch. Then I'll grab some water and be right back. Oh my goodness, have so much fun. And then tell me what you had for lunch when you get back. Oh my god, there's chanting in my ears, but I don't know how to get it in your ears. Hold on. Be so patient. Be so patient. Can you can you see this? Only backseating. Oh, you can see this. Okay, hold on. Can you hear this? Are you getting screamed at or no? Raise your hand if you're being screamed at right now. Yes, okay. That's so awesome. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I've played this game before, so I'm not particularly worried about spoilers or anything. Emoji, ew. Little shrimp fingers. Do shrimps have fingers? What's at the end of, like, a shrimp limb? Like, is there... Are they just... Are they just, like, straight little lines? Or are there fingers of sorts? Whoa. F is not how you grab stuff. How'd I ever hear you asking me what I had for lunch? I'm gonna step away now so I won't hear you. La 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 la. Listen, I'm just talking, and it's up to you if you want to answer or not. It's really no hard feelings. It's really no hard feelings if you don't respond to things that I say. I'm just yapping. Why does F do that? That's so... F should be the pickup button. You do? Okay. That's good. I'm glad... I'm glad you do. Should I change this or just get over it? Maybe it's kind of fun to randomly go into third person. Okay, sorry. I got a fishing pole and a healing thing. That's swag. Okay, R's put stuff away. Let's see what stuff I gotta do. Oh, I can visit the fishery.
Last time on
Swag.
X Cinnamon Fox X,
Oh.
she danced around frolicking in the forest picking flowers, spent 40 minutes looking for a gem, killed a spider, farted on an old lady. Then she womped on 3 assassins who were looking kinda buns. Then she found a fishing pole and now we're here. Thanks for listening, Bottom Bananas.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I don't think I did any of that. Also, I did not spend 40 minutes looking for a gem. That was like 3 minutes max. Should I talk to the Jarl of Whiterun? Or should I go to the fishery? I think I want to go to the fishery. Do you have to do stuff in order? I know you can unlock houses like anywhere in like the cities. But do you have to go in order? I feel like I always got the Whiterun house first, but I don't really like that one. What if I just like sped run my way to Riften? Is that an option? Whoa! Get that out of here. Where is Riften? Oh my god! Oh, we're pretty... we're pretty close if you think about it. I just need to follow this river. Where am I? Am I by a river? Oh my god, yeah. We just follow this river. And it's like Google Maps. Okay. Okay, I can do that. Speedrun that shit. Okay. Speedrunning. Here's the river. Wait, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, escape is not how you go back. Oh, it's because I keybind escape to my mouse. Who made the controls for this game? They kind of did not eat with that one. Okay, I already harvested those fish. Okay, it's not that I forgot where to go. It's that I'm making sure I'm going the correct way. Because, you know, you can follow the river backwards and that's still following the river. But it won't take you to your destination, you see? Hi, Aaron. Thanks for getting not first. Oh, look, I can grab fish on the way. I really don't like E being the grab button. I think that's a lot of beans. Hold on. E is activate? Toggle POV. Okay. We are not toggling POV. Foe today, perhaps. You forgot the right way? I didn't forget the right way. I was just... you know, evaluating the situation. You wouldn't get it. You guys just don't get it. Look, I'm catching salmon right now. You guys are hating and I'm catching salmon. For lunch, you had a fried chicken sandwich? Sheesh! That sounds so nice. My goodness. Yesterday, I went to a farmer's market because it's getting warm out, right? So I want flowers. So I got lavender and I got catnip from the farmer's market. And then afterwards, I went to Raising Cane's. It was kind of awesome. You're supposed to follow the river, not swim through like a freaky ass fish. It's just still following the river, and look, I can get fish doing it. Oh. Okay. Okay, we're going east. East. Yup. Maybe I would find more things if I walked next to the river. Maybe there'll be more flowers or something. It's not as fast though. I think going in the river goes faster, huh? It's too warm and too dry. Aw. I'm sorry. It is, I don't know, it's supposed to be like 80 degrees this week, which is a bit too warm for me personally. But I don't think it's dry. Oh. I don't really know why I'm on fire. That's not my problem, I guess. Is somebody shooting me? Oh, somebody is shooting me. Should I worry about that? Wait, how... Hold on. Maybe we're supposed to worry about that. 7 degrees? Shit! Oh my goodness. I don't remember how to play this game at all. Whoops. Why are you already damaged? And why am I on fire in the water? How do I stop being on fire? Yo, put the stress emotes away. Everything is okay. You just gotta trust the process. Why am I on fire with salmon? Okay, it's not like that. I'm not that scatterbrained. I'm just nonchalant. That was pretty cool, huh? Please let it rain. Please, 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 please. That's kind of real. I love the rain. I don't know. It's not dry here, but I will always take rain. Do you climb in this game? No, you just kind of like jump on the things, huh? Surely I can finagle this. Maybe I finagle the other way. I don't know why that girl was so mad at me. I was literally just swimming in the river. Minding my own business and everything. But I want to know if she dropped something. I want to loot her corpse a little bit. Don't climb, but the is gonna basically walk up any mountain somehow. Yo, chill. Yup. Werewolf. Okay, well, don't keep chasing me. I'm gonna kill you. This is your own fault. Rest in peace, I guess. Okay. Oh, it's nice. They just stand into little piles of ash, right? I don't see any piles of ash. It's so over for me, perhaps. Why are you here? Who are you? Okay. Well... Anyways... Back to following the river, I guess. Have a good look, Carrot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, a crab. I don't think I want to kill a crab. I don't think I need the crab meat. Take these though. Whoops. Yo, that fish had a little bit of gold. Kind of awesome. I hope that if I'm ever a fish, I have a little bit of gold. Why are all these guys dead? What is... Oh my god, that's so sad! Why aren't they just dead animals in the water? Interesting. Oh. These crabs are not rocking with me. If you were a fish, you'd swim into a shark's mouth because it's like a big hug. That's crazy, by the way. I don't think you can say that to me. Listen, I'm whimsical, but I'm not like... I'm not stupid. Surely a shark wouldn't even try to eat me. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, nice heartbeat. Okay. Don't worry, I'm locking in. I'm locking in so hard. Mini nerd cap. Coughing like dad food today. Man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like that sometimes. Oh my god, a pugfish. That's the type of fish I would be. Wow, this is not restoring a lot of health, huh? Surely it's true. Aw, they make kind of cute noises. Okay. Oh man. I don't think I saved that whole time. I think I have to walk down that whole river again. It's fine, we're learning. We're learning and it's kind of awesome. I lied, it's not that awesome. I want my restoration levels back. I want all my little pogfish back. But at least there's some salmon. Sheesh. It's so nice here. I like the clouds. They did a good job on the clouds. The game is still so pretty so many years later. It is. I think the characters, like the people definitely look pretty outdated. A little silly, a little polygon-esque. But the environment looks really nice. I like these trees. Hi, Shan! Thank you for the hydrate stretch! Whoa. Man, why are wolves getting mad at me? I'm literally just swimming. Oh, the air is comfortable here. That's good. Why is there a snowflake icon? If it's comfortable... ... I feel like every model is ugly in Bethesda games. I haven't really played any other Bethesda games. Oh my god. The Firmament by Ffolk. The stars of Tamriel are divided into 13 constellations. The lady. lover. The end. Wow, is this like a tarot sort of situation? I'll take this. I'll take this in case I meet an astrology baddie. Oh, they also make the Fallout games. Oh. I don't know, like I played Fallout 4, but it was not for very long. E isn't working. Is it because I bound it to F? It is because I bound it to F. Man, who would have thought? Can I fish here? Oh my goodness. Oh. I see. Surely this will help. Surely this will help, whatever is going on. Is that? Oh, I reeled it in too early. Wait, hold on, I'm a good fisherman, I promise. I wonder why the flame baddie isn't killing us this time? Maybe I'm not far enough. Like, maybe she's down there. I really don't know what her issue was. I am literally minding my business swimming in the river folk today. I guess some people are just haters. A tinkered. Man, I don't want that. It's okay. I'll have a house soon, and then I can have as much garbage as I want, and it can just live in my house, and it'll be so cool. Surely. I like the splashing noises. Yo. And there's a cave thing nearby. I'm not gonna get distracted though. I'm going straight to Riften. Is that where the lioness girl is? I think I tried to raise her up one time. I don't think I'm gonna raise anyone up this time though. I'm gonna be a thief. And I don't want anyone to be affected by my bad actions. Still pretty far away, huh? You always in Riften, I think. Is that the lioness girl? Like the mercenary? Oh, yeah, I like her. She's very pretty. I also like, I don't really remember her name. But in like the Dawn Guard, like the vampire area, I think there's a lady there that I liked, but I kind of forgot. It's been so many years since I played this game. What is this? Valtheim Towers? Swag. I think I liked her because she was sassy. Was that her? She is quite sassy. I think she has like a I'm better than you kind of vibe going on. And I think that's fun. I died! Oh man. My foot is at an egregious angle. It's okay. I saved, don't worry. I saved right by this butterfly. Hero, hi! Yeah, oh my goodness, hi! Hi. Thank you for the bit. Do you like Skyrim? Are you a Skyrim enjoyer? Oh. That thing's dead. That's gotta be like a bad omen. I don't know why there's dead animals in the water. Someone's out for me. Okay, look, I didn't even lose that much progress. You never got far? I feel you, I feel you. Hero Bitty slurp. Slurp indeed. Shout out to Hero Bits. Oh my god, what are you? Oh, let me whip out my fishing pole, I guess. Wait, come back. Oh wow. That is a healthy fish. I feel like most fish wouldn't be able to be hit by a mace 3 times. Guess he's built different. Goodbye. Hi, Rad Range. Hey, hi, how's it going? Oh, that's not healing. Ugh. I don't know why the controls feel so not intuitive. I feel like I do not know what is going on. Glitched out and got 100 sneak? Well, how do you... how do you manage to do that? What the... That's so awesome. Is Zoa the real Zora? Oh my goodness. The real one. Yeah, if you guys see any fake Zoras, be careful. Some treachery afoot. Some treachery afoot. Ooh, a hissed carp. Got a nice variety of fish foe today. You're doing good? I'm so glad. My day's going pretty good too. A little uneventful, but there's nothing wrong with that. Yippee! You're looking at me? You're looking at me because I look pretty awesome, right? looking pretty cool, foe, today, right? Damage Gemna. Oh man, I need to find another little potion situation. I've got so many things. So many things to mix up. It's a their Palworld base! No! Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Don't do that. Don't do that. I worked really hard on painting it. Okay. Safely. We're not gonna die in this waterfall. We're just safely jumping down. Oh. Wait. Okay. Everything is so good! Mods also live there. Mods is scared. Surely everything is fine. Oh, you. Right, my mods aren't allowed to fight. That's in your mod contract. You guys all have to love each other. Ew. What bones here? Huh. Okay. That's not my business, I guess. Is this the right way? Yeah, we're gonna go around this river bend. Mulan style. And then, oh. Wait. Something's wrong. I don't think this river connects. Wait. We'll go around the river bend. Does this connect? I need to be in this big lake, I think. I guess I could just go across the water. What if I put a marker here? That'll make it so much easier, probably. And then we just beeline for it. Surely nothing can go wrong. I do live here. I think I'm doing a good job. Yeah. That's very lovely. I'm glad to hear it. Is that? I didn't know you guys chill like that. Enjoy the 100 wolves? Are there 100 wolves? Surely I'm stronger than a wolf. Surely it's fine. What is that? I don't remember what the elephant symbol means. Maybe it means don't worry about it. Cradle Crush Rock. Oh, it's a giant. That is not my business. Oh, that's not the run button. Oh my god. I think you spoke wolves into existence. Ah! Is mace fine? I think I like fire better. But surely they'll just like disengage if I run fire enough. Oh, maybe not. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Maybe don't be a hater next time. Do I need a wolf pelt? Probably not. I think the only pelts I really need are bear pelts. Oh, a bridge! I love bridges. How nice. Wow. Almost as much as the number of wolves on the way to return. Yo! Thank you for the 92 streak! That's so lovely! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, you must have not missed a single stream since the streak thing rolled out, huh? I feel like I haven't even streamed 90 times. Whoa. Do you think this burns you? Oh, it doesn't. Hey, this is so pretty. Wow. I like hot springs. Oh my god. Oh wait, they chill. They see me and they don't care. That's nice. I'll pick this flower. And I'll be on my way. Sheesh indeed. Shout out to Arwa. Okay, everything is okay. Where's the spawn dragon command? Do you play with commands? Why would you want to spawn a dragon? Surely they just spawn on their own. Surely they're somewhere. I don't think I'm ready for a dragon though. I want a house. Oh my goodness, a fox. So cute. Clear that place at me. Is that the cheese command? Why do you have that? Oh my god. Wait, those wolves look big. Alexa, play Fire by BTS. Do any of you have gold? Useless. You died for no reason. Spawn dragon. What about a beautiful sunset? is that close enough? Wow, this is so nice. We're all watching the sunset together. Or maybe it's sunrise. No, I guess it would be sunset. It hasn't been dark yet. SG TM10 is hella fun too? What is that? I don't know what those letters mean. This area is so nice. Where am I? I don't know where I am. Somewhere. I guess maybe this is Windhelm outskirts. I don't know. Pretending the tags are funny for today. Listen, I couldn't think of anything other than snort. Thank you for pretending. A little bit to the south. No, you're scaring me. You want to see a dragon? I feel like I'm gonna go to the south, and then I'm gonna get eaten by a dragon. And that is not our objective for today. Our objective is to get a funny little house. North? You don't even know where you want me to go. You want me to go here? You like Mistwatch? Are you mean? Why'd you take your weapon out?
Unless you've come to pay a ransom, turn around and walk away.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, I need to go... I need to go that way, though. Where's the vampire area? Is that this? I feel like it was somewhere up here. It's probably this. I like the little dog. I'll do that later then. Spot inside Dragon Belly. What are you doing in there? Get out of there, soldier. We got fish to catch. We got houses to purchase. Oh wait, shoot. I'm probably too broke for a house. You think 2,000 gold is enough? Surely by the time I get all the quests done, I'll have enough money. I think I can go up this. This is quite a steep cliff, huh? I think I'm gonna have to go around this way. They're gonna be mad at me if I do it that way. Cheapest is 5k? Oh, shoot, I'm broke. Alright, Awa, you spawn inside the dragon belly and then you take its gold or something. Dragons like gold, right? Oh my god, Orichalcum. I always thought Orichalcum was a Terraria reference every time I saw it in other video games, but I guess it's like an actual folklore thing and not a Terraria thing. Okay, what if I... Does the path loop around? Or can I go up? I don't think I can go up. I think I have to go around. I'm quite nervous that I'm going down for no reason. But, you know, I guess... Oh my god. My sneak. Wait, this is... Is this the Hero Hom strat? We just sit here until we get sneak 100. Should I kill them? Huh. Orichalcum is a legendary high-value metal, often described in ancient Greek text, notably by Plato as the primary metal of Atlantis, second only to gold. Orichalcum is real. I don't think it's real. I think it's like a dragon. You know, like it's something that's not real, but people talk about it. Like folklore. She's real to me. Okay, I'm gonna shoot this guy, and we're gonna hope that that doesn't cause problems. Dragons are real? Yeah. Oh. What was that? Okay, I know I said I wasn't gonna kill people unless they, like, attacked me.
Hello? Who's there?
But this is a desperate situation, I think. It's really found some. It's just meta magical attributes. It's just a regular alloy? What's it an alloy of? Wait, that's kind of cool. Where did they find it?
What was that?
Shout out to that voice actor. He did a good job. Oh my god, I missed.
I know I heard something.
Why are you British? Ugh, I missed it! Copper and zinc and stuff. Cloudy brass. Does it? Oh my god. Who spotted me? Is it green? Is it green like Terraria or no?
Is someone there?
Maybe it is magical. They just don't know how to unlock it. He used to be a metal worker. Hashtag unemployed now though. Sheesh. Shout out to all my unemployed baddies.
Thought I heard something.
Okay.
Just give up!
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Don't look at me. Can you stay a little more still? Ugh. This is the quietest fight I have ever. Ugh.
I cannot best you.
I cannot best you. Surely this is fine. Did you ever make Orichalcum? I think that would be kind of awesome. There's a story in this fort. The story is I'm killing everyone. Yo. What? The air is comfortable here. That's good.
Show you a real fight.
Where are you? Yeah, come show me. The lack of noise and music is a bit sad and floppy. Oh my god. Hater behavior. Here, we can listen to... we can listen to this. Does this help? Where are you? What the? Where's the Doom music? Oh, did you like the Doom music? I didn't mind it, but it really was unsettling when they started growling in my ear randomly. Maybe not unsettling, but I sure wasn't expecting it. The song that plays as you annihilate the entire camp. Goodness. The entire camp was low-key only like 3 people.
I'll skin you alive.
Okay. Come here. Why are you going that way? Oh. Okay. You're not a music enjoyer? You just enjoy whatever's playing? Unless it's country? Oh, really? My sister and my stepdad really, really like country music. And so whenever I'm in the
Who's there?
whenever I'm in the car with them,
You over here quick.
I have to listen to country music. And I will say like 9 out of 10 times it sucks pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Any of them
But that 1 out of 10 times it's like, oh, this is kinda nice.
please.
Like there's a few good ones. You just gotta... Wait, did he say, please stranger, I need help? Should I... Should I kill him? Okay, well... I guess that's kinda rude, huh? Yes, he did? Okay.
Stendar's mercy, you aren't one of them. Please, you've got to help me.
I don't know if I'm a better option, but I'll try my
wife,
best.
Fiona. I think she's being
There's a
held
few
in this
exceptions
tower.
to Luke Bryan songs that are good. Ah, that's so real! I do like some Luke Bryan songs.
I'm sorry. You're right.
That's
explain.
Sanget's
Viola, my wife, left the farm on
voice
errands
actor.
and never came back.
Ichigo, I
It's
Hate
been
the Rain.
months, and I've been searching for her since.
This is the I
I
Hate
heard
the
a
Rain
rumor that
guy.
these bandits were ransoming captives. I managed to sneak
How
past the
old is
guards and
he?
get this far, but I don't think I can go on. I'm no warrior. Please, can you look for her?
Wait, who am I looking for? Your wife?
Thank you. I don't have much, but I can give you some coin for the trouble.
Fila.
One of the
Coin
guards dropped this
change!
key while I was
Yeah!
I wager it'll come in handy for you. Please hurry.
Okay, yeah. I hope you give me a bunch of money and then I can afford my house. This is so awesome. Sounds older and freaky here though. Oh. Be like that sometimes, huh? Value 110. Oh my god, I forgot my name is Bree. That's cute. 200. Okay. I guess I'll leave this here. 110 isn't as good as 200.
Until you
Skyrim
can
music
find
is
out
baller.
where
Did you
Viola
turn
is
it
here,
off?
There's nothing I
I don't know if I turned it off. Did I? No. I did not turn it off.
care to discuss.
I guess it just only plays sometimes. And then we get the delight of having layered music. Don't you like that?
Until you can find out
It only
what the
sell for
deal
about
is,
four.
there's nothing I care to
Man,
discuss.
you're right. But it's all like the same. So even if they're all 40% value, it's still probably better to keep the biggest ones. Surprised it wasn't playing when you were fighting earlier. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they said I guess they said think about what you're doing. Quiet music time. Oh, is he saying get a key from one of the corpses? Surely they're already dead. Heavy armor and two-handed weapons aren't worth carrying. Yeah, but have you considered money? Have you considered that I wanna afford a house one day? I got food poisoning. I didn't even know I could do that. Whoops. Huh. For the same weight, you can carry 10 items with more value? Oh. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something, but have you considered... I like seeing big number. Munching on raw fish? Well... Listen, it's probably not a big deal. Is it a big deal? Peckish? Weapons are 10% slower. This doesn't affect my magic though, so that's fine. Oh. Food no longer restores health for 3 days! Oh my god. It's fine. Everything is so fine. Okay, let's find some corpses to find a key. Oh, it's cold here. Oh, hello. You don't have a key. You have a key? You don't have a key neither. I don't know where the first guy that I killed was. He's probably trying to get to me. He's probably around here. The food poisoning song. Sheesh. In survival, you get food poisoning from raw food. That's like a cool concept and all. But... oh wow, this guy's so pretty. But 3 days, no health from food? That's rough. That's so rough. He's by the stairs, he ran and hid for cover. Like this guy? Or another stairs? Oh. I don't even see this fella. None of these people have a key. It must be elsewhere. Crowd can activate the quest and get a marker. Do you think it's a quest? Oh. Swag. That is not what I meant to do. Get this out of here. I don't think there's a marker for this one. It's okay. I'm so good at hide and seek, surely. Oh my god, mead! There's an entrance on top. There's a lot of towers, huh? Do I go to it from the outside? I have to imagine so, because that door is locked. This song is so pretty. It reminds me of an Adventure Time one. You could go from the mountain outside and jump on. Okay. We have jumping on a mountain for today. Whoa, I'm drained. Surely there's a bed in this freaky little bandit tower. Oh my god. I thought I killed all of you. Hello.
Must be my imagination.
He's like right in my ear, but I don't see him.
What was that?
Do anything to this song?
Time to end this little game.
Oh, you are running away. And this sounds scary when you say it like that. What, I'd do anything to this song? So he's gonna murder someone to this song.
Found you. No one bests an orc.
Oh man. Can you like hold still? Maybe not bash me with a hammer. Thank you. Thank you. Skyrim and Shrimp. Oh my goodness, they were here earlier actually. Shout out to Shrimp. 50 is just not a big number like 200 is. You see the issue? Okay. Surely this is not. They have like a bridge to nothing. Maybe. Maybe. Ah! There's gotta be just like a normal entrance trail. Like, surely the bandits are not climbing the mountain freaky style every time they want to get into that tower. Maybe they are. Shout out Shrimp for real goated. Real. I'm a bit lost. The guy with the key probably just goes in regular style. He just locked the doors. Well, that guy didn't have a key. You think guy's going the right way? Up the side of the mountain? Here. Both miscellaneous quests and the search for Fiora quest must be active for the marker. Currently only have the search for Fiora active. Is that how it works? It's gonna be like this. But... oh. Will it not also give me a marker for join the Imperial Legion? I don't want to join the Imperial Legion. I don't know nothing about that. What is... oh my god. I don't know why I breathed like that. Okay. I'm not really super sure. I think it wants me to go in, but I think I need to go in not through this door. Is this the way? Was I misguided? I think Pre should get into rock climbing. Misguided. Oh, not like you guided me wrong. Like I'm not using my eyes. Can cheese and jump from top as well? What are you supposed to just go up the mountain regular style? Like down here? Like where I was at the beginning when I started killing them? Does this loop around? This game's kind of hard, huh? Okay, maybe this is cooking. Is this what the bandits do? Is there even a door to this one? Oh, there's this. Oh.
Never should have come
Oh
here.
my god, hi. You kind of suck. I should have saved. Oh, I'm in third person right now.
Maybe Skyrim is the Elder
Ah!
Scrolls we made along the way. Are some
Oh.
kind of Elder Scrolls in Skyrim? A true Elder Scroll never gives up on Skyrimming.
Doc, what does that even mean? Are you a true Elder Scroll? Raise your hand if you're an Elder Scroll. What's the opposite of an Elder? A youngin? You already have the key? When did I get the key? That's not thrown up yet. Why would I throw up? Oh, from the blood? No, I haven't. I haven't. Man, I'm gonna tap back in and I'm gonna die, and I'm just like not really ready for that. Hi, good. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate you so much. Okay.
No sign
So over.
Hmm?
Huh? When you go through doors, you autosave? Is that true? Oh wait, you're so right. I don't know what to like do about this, so stop. Why do I have a fishing pole right now? That's not really necessarily what I asked for. Okay, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Please don't come over here. I'm a little busy right now. Load previous save. No! Churchy, look, I got it. I'm kind of a gamer if you think about it. Fishing pull him to a pulp. I'm sure that would do some sort of damage. Are you a wood elf? I like wood elves. I'm sorry you have to die. Was it a real nail biter? Yo, don't bite your nails. That's a bad habit. Whoops. Okay, check this out. Sheesh. I'm so good at this game. You could take a kettle. That's kind of swag. I'm glad that so many people are dropping their arrows. Oh. Drum. I kind of want a drum. Oh, Wood the elf? I don't know, would he? I'm gonna take this. So far I got a drum and a flute, I think. So my house is gonna be kind of awesome when I get one. Okay, we're going into the scary basement. Oh my god. Such a good sneaker. 1 hour package, thank you! Thank you so much.
What was that?
Oh, I didn't even see that one there. And also I missed. Can you believe that?
Time to end.
Don't answer that. Whoa. Chill. That's not really chill. That's not really being chill at all.
While you still can.
Alright, I'm giving up. Cooper. Would you prefer a pre-built house or build your own house? Ooh, I like the idea of building your own house, but I kinda... Isn't that a bit later in the game? I kinda forgot how to do that. No, not later. Could I do that right now? You think that's easier than going to Riften? be honest with you, Chief. I don't even know if Riften has a house. I just saw the fishing quest and said, yep, that seems good. Long taffy tree. Like candy? Oh, I'm carrying too much. It looks like entrails. That's cool. If I drink 5 ales and then eat 6 carrots, surely that's good. And then we heal ourselves. At level 10, there's a house in Riften. It's only 8k. Level 10? What level am I? I'm level 5. That's something. What cities you build your own house for? I don't remember. The lady we grabbed down by the river turned out to be a feisty one. Bearbeck thought he could beat some respect into her, but it looks like he used too strong a hand. Boss is not going to be happy when she hears about this. Did they kill her? Yikes, that guy is not going to be pleased. Oh my god, cheese. Cheese faux dinner. And a lockpick, lovely. I gotta see you eat 6 carrots in 1 second. Ow. I must say, I'm more of a baby carrot enjoyer, but carrots are pretty nice. Should I leave this here? I don't know, 200 makes me excited. Should I leave my drum? Surely I find another drum later. Bow, bow, bow. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna sleep. Oh yeah. Talk to the Jarl of Falkreath if you wish to get a piece of land for 5k, then you can build. Falkreath. Man, that is not the way I'm going at all. It's okay, we'll get there. We'll get that surely. She escaped? You can randomly meet her. As a random encounter, she revealed this location on your map. Oh. I'm glad she escaped. I don't know what to tell that dude, though. Oh, yeah. We're going crazy. Oh, my god. Oh, I'm hungry. 72 baby carrots. How many baby carrots are in, like, a bag? Does anybody have a bag of baby carrots? Can you go count them for me? Tell me how that goes. You feel better, but still peckish. I need to cook stuff. Oh, salmon steak. That's already cooked. Oh, we're satisfied. That's good. Drink some wine about it. Okay. Oh, it's all pile. Unlock. Sheesh. Does anybody have a bag? Keep her friend. Yeah, I don't know where your bag of baby carrots went. I say with a suspicious bag of baby carrot-shaped tummy. In every city, there are stables and carriage, which can be used to travel. All the cities in Skyrim, even in survival, you don't have to like unlock them first. At least 67. Really? That seems like so many. That seems like maybe a Costco-sized bag. But I feel like... Sorry, I'm doing a horrible job at this. I feel like it would be only like 30. Ah! thought you were good at these? Well, I was talking about baby carrots and it got me distracted. No! And it doesn't even keep it where your thing was. If I go back to my last save. Oh my god, swag. I'm so good at this. Don't ever forget that. Shit! Look at 2 carrots. Shut! My goodness. OG Samsung Fridge stream. Oh my god! It's so real. I don't have a Samsung fridge, but I'm actually in Best Buy right now. That's what I'm streaming on. Faux today. Guys, what do I get rid of? I feel like I need everything that I have. I don't know. Do I have any heavy food? Not really. I ate all my cheese wheels. Ugh. Why is Best Buy playing sweet music? I could cry too. I don't know. There's whimsy everywhere with those who have eyes to look for it. I've seen someone spend 10 minutes lockpicking a strongbox for it to be empty, and the person rage quit. Really? I feel like I don't even care what's in the things. Like, there's nothing that's really gonna make me that happy. I just really like the mini game of unlocking stuff. Wait, am I heavy? Oh, I'm not heavy. I thought I was. Okay, everything's fine. Lockpicked, not chopped. Thank you so much for calling me not chopped. That means so much to me. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep again because I think I leveled up. Crisis averted, thank you. I think health, or I think magic is more important than health. Surely health is something you just don't even really need to worry about if you're sneaky enough. Nice from armor. Huh. Oh goodness! That's so sweet of you! Oh my god, oh my god. Were you playing DVD? Did you win? Did you kill people? I hope you killed so many people. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for your raid. Hi Nautilus. Hi to kitties. My name is Slice. So we're playing Skyrim for today. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I'm so happy to see you all. So streak, thank you for streaking, Crypt. This is so awesome. If I saw someone crouched at a locked chest with 2 carrots in the keyhole, I'd think they were not chopped in the slightest. Really? Well, that's good. I don't know if I'm very trusting of your opinions on being chopped. Many kills, probably too many. Also did writing for a few hours this morning. Yo! Did it go good? Was it for your story that you're working on, or is it for something else? Either way, that's so lovely. I think everybody should follow Goat. They have they have lots of good content, and they're very sweet, and I like them very, very much. Okay, we'll do lockpicking. I think that's good. I think I'm content with what we've got going here. Oh my god, and there's a cooking pot. Sheesh. Oh my god, do you guys want 5 do you guys want 5 cups of cabbage soup for dinner? Whoops. Sheesh. Man, out of salt. I think that's all I can cook. I hope you like it. I hope you like cabbage. How do you guys feel about Snurt? I thought snurt was just a silly word, but then I looked it up and it's like a real dish. Raise your hand if you've ever eaten snurt before. Quite productive. Kind of the slow part of writing, but nearly done with the rough. Writing lore for Muni Actius. Yo! Wait, that's so nice. What is snurt? It's like... I'm gonna say soup. Maybe stew is a better word. Oh my god. Wait, why isn't it telling me to go the way I came? Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you snurt. Don't even worry. Snurt. Oh, it's pea soup. I guess it is soup. Okay, show you. Hold on. Are you holding? I have too many things. Okay, check this out. This is snurt. It's a hearty, comforting soup made from dried split peas, which break down to create a thick, creamy base, often flavored with sautéed, aromatic vegetable base of onions, carrots, and celery, and enriched with smoky pork like a ham hock or diced ham. It looks a bit like baby food. Like maybe if you feel like eating baby food really bad, you could make snurt. I don't know what this dog is. That's kind of awesome. Snurt feels like a threat. Yeah, that's kind of real. You're getting snurt for dinner. Does it have meat in it? I might need to try it at least once. It said that it usually has like ham or like pork in it, but I'm sure you could have it without. I don't know. I've never had peas that weren't like circles. I don't know. I've only had peas in like stir fry and stuff, and I really like them, but I feel like mashed peas wouldn't be as good. I don't know. I don't know. Zora texted your messages. Tried replying to one where you mentioned carrots and keyhold, and it made half my keyboard stop working. Oh my god, that's pretty wild. Carrots. I love carrots. The best vegetable by a lot. Man. How many people do you think wrote all the books for Skyrim? There's so many. I never really read them though. I pretend to read them so that, you know, the person who wrote it feels good about themselves, but I really just don't have the patience for all this. I read one of them. There was one about like a little thief. And like some Khajiit. Like the little thief stole from a Khajiit, and then the Khajiit like taught him how to jump out of a tree safely. That's the only one I read. Ah! Lost Hero Made is the best book series. Oh,
Snowback. Who are you and what are you doing in my tower?
Is that a slur? Stand aside, I'm here for Fiola.
Fiola. How do you know that name?
Her husband. Oh, okay, that is her husband.
He's here? The fool's my husband. I'm Fiola. Or I was.
Oh.
Don't you see? I left that old scab. Came home to Skyrim and found this rabble of bandits.
Your husband misses
Didn't take
you.
much to prove myself and knock them into shape. Now every
I love the
thieves
book
from
about
here
the
to
mage that
Windhelm
learns the
wants
water
to sign on
breathing,
for a peace.
water breathing spell. That one gets under your skin a little bit. Oh, I haven't read that one.
And it won't end here.
I guess if I see
I'm
any
dying before
titles
I
that
was
sound like that, then I'll be sure to read it. What am I supposed to tell your husband?
I don't know. I never
Quick,
expected
call
Fiola to follow me so far. Just get rid of him.
Yeah.
But
I don't
kill
think
him.
she's a
I don't hate
robot.
the man. I just want him to go back to
There's
his
only
farm
one
and
good one, and
forget
it's about a
about me.
maid. You guys are a big fan of the lusty Argonian maid, huh? I remember seeing that one, but I don't think I ever read it. Yeah, I should just kill
You
you.
think so? Let's see who the real woman is here.
I forgot I was playing as a woman.
Won't leave here alive.
Man, is this messed up? The guy's like, can you please find my wife? I miss her. And I'm like, yeah. I went to kill her, actually. Sorry. It's not my fault. She's being mean to me. She's being mean to me, and that's on her. Please don't kill me. Wait, are you dead? Ah. I know she's a bandit leader. Wait, that's kind of true. I just feel bad that I told her husband I would look for her. See, wait, this is better than what I have. It's heavy armor, though. Guess I don't really want heavy armor. Oh, I can take her wedding ring. That's kind of messed up.
Hash get Bezos.
Ah! Get Bezos. Guys, we're not doing this for Bezos. I need you to understand that. The wife ditched him? Is that what happened? Like, she got captured and then she left? I thought it was more of like a survival thing. It's cute. Wait, what's cute? It's cute that she's dead? Or you're saying the lusty Oregonian maid is cute? That sounds kind of sus. Olaf and the dragon. Huh. Troll slaying. Yo! By Finn. Yeah, I like that this has pictures. It just had one picture. Stop healing yourself. Don't tell me what to do. I don't think he was paying attention to the quest. He's just following the trail of items. She left him out of her own free will and took control of these bandits. And he's still here waiting for her? That's so sad. Maybe I'll kill him too to put him out of his misery. Oh my god, another flute! You guys think I need 2 flutes? Nothing. Heavy armor increased to 16. Sheesh. This is worth 70? That's crazy. That's it. No more Jarchi mate toggle in the future. What? Was that something we were getting? Yo, come back. Fishing clothes? Do you think I need this? I do like fishing. 110. Big number. I'm sorry, your TTS is too long. There's a 30-second limit on it. If that helps you at all. Wait, did you just write the plot of the Lusty Argonian maid? That's so awesome. Okay. I think I'm done here. Sorry, buddy. I hope he still gives me money. Is this not where it just was? I think he's like down more. Ah! I didn't know that would kill me. I thought my legs could tank that a little more. Whoops. Nice legs. Oh my god, thank you. Okay. There we go. Guys! Don't laugh at me. It's fine. It's fine. Well, I planned on not hurting, but I was just gonna like heal it up, you know? I didn't know I would die from that. What is this? Weird. Okay. Okay, we're going We're gonna deliver bad news to the husband, and it's gonna be so okay. What's your health at? I think it's only at 110. I think. I know, I feel
What
like...
news? Why isn't Viola with you?
Oh, I don't want to talk to you, actually. You're kind of making me feel bad. I killed her.
What news? Why isn't Viola with you?
Why isn't there a lie option? Ugh. Look at his face, I'd leave him too. His voice is nice, though.
What?
He
My
sounds...
Viola would never.
He sounds like he loves her, at
You
least.
monster. I'll kill you for this.
Oh.
Never should have come here.
Oh, and you're attacking me with your fists. Oh, okay, you're pulling your weapon out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But, you know, maybe this is like a good thing, because he can be with his wife now. And also, he's not wearing a wedding band, so... You know... What does that tell ya? Oh? Why are there more bandits? Where even are you? I don't think she'll choose to be with him even in the afterlife. Okay, well, that's just something they're gonna have to work out. That does not sound like my issue. Where are you? I'm right here, buddy. Ugh. Oh my god, a lockpick. I love finding lockpicks. Oh. You are a little resistant to fire, huh? Maybe. Man, you're quite tinky. Blech. Oh, okay. Not so bad. Wisp wrappings. That's fun. Fishing boots. Sheesh. I love fishing. Okay. More people here. Oh my god, Nina! It never should have come here. 5 seconds later. Yeah. Wow. Rude. Why is that just laying around? I don't know. It seems like a dangerous game to have like meat laying around and then also be booby trapping your watchtower. What if you drink too much meat and then you forget about the bear trap? Not very smart. Charcoal. Children's clothes. Hi, Helmet Evolution. Give me that. Sheesh. Grass pod. Sheesh. Troll fat. This is so awesome. I love getting things. It's a bunch of milk drinkers? Oh my god, an alchemy lab. Is that something that they say? Okay, maybe I need health potion. Oh, I can only make one. That's fine. Let's put random stuff together and see what happens. Potion creation failed. Oh. Okay, what about grapes? Grapes, garlic, and a grass pod. Sheesh. This is so awesome. Resist frost? Okay. Oh, that one failed. That's okay. Let's do a fish and bone meal and butterfly wing. Butterfly conjuration? Sheesh. Oh, that one failed. I need to remember to not use the Nin root, I think. Oh my god, I'm wasting so many ingredients. Sigh. The Elder Scrolls v Skyrim. A milk drinker is a common insulting phrase by Nords to call someone a wimp, a baby, or a weakling. Oh. But have you considered that milk is kind of awesome? What if I am a milk drinker, but like that's kind of awesome. Maybe you should drink milk too. Have you thought about that? This is going so swimmingly. Oh, not that one. Don't look at that. Not that one. Don't look at that. Oh man, this stuff does not want to go together. Ah, resist poison. I'm gonna have so much stuff to sell, and it's gonna be so swag. Yo! God, I'm such an alchemist. Me when I'm the Full Metal Alchemist. You don't make the rules. Well, if you don't make the rules and I don't make the rules, then who's driving this bus? I'm gonna take a nap. No, it's just need more calcium. No wonder the skeletons at catacombs are so easy. Sheesh. Oh my god, I have 3 lockpicks. Well, now let me save. Let me save so I can save scum if I need to. Man, I wish I took you to, like, where you were. God, I'm so good at this. This is what happens when you drink milk, by the way. Oh. I don't know why the plate clipped after I took the bread off of it. Oh, I did not really want that. Is there just... I did all that for some ragged ropes. Ain't that just the way? There you go, you can keep it. I guess I'll sleep on this hay pile since, you know, it's here. Past 10 feet. Ah! I'm hungry. How many days has it been? I'm tired of this food poison business. At least there's some soup. This is the song that plays when you accidentally eat your lockpicking carrots? Shoot. We've all been there. Oh my god, gold. Lost 10 feet, breaks legs, continues to call yourself a milk drinker. Listen, I'm a milk drinker. I don't know if Pri is. Oh, I'm gonna show you Pri. I don't know if Pri is. She is kind of a baddie though. Like, her makeup is always done. I think that's awesome. Using the food straw dot is the easiest way to loot all items on the ground. Ugh. Have you considered that I don't have a single shout unlocked yet? It's so over. Listen, we'll find a dragon one day. Oh my god. Do I have salt? Was there any salt down there? Oh, I don't think there's salt down there. I need to cook all this random fish that I've got. Oh my god, fishing! I'm supposed to be going to... Oh my goodness. Get me out of this. Wait, I don't want to be in this menu. Can I... oh, L for world map. I need to be here. We're just gonna walk up the mountain, I guess. Haven't activated the dragons yet? It didn't show up earlier. Yeah, I kind of abandoned the main storyline. Temporarily. I just want a house, you know? And then after I get a house, we can worry about silly things like dragons. Skyrim, I don't know many people who actually do the main story. Really? I feel like the way you're supposed to play is like do the main story and then sprinkle some side quests in there, but man, the war bores me. Also, I just went back the way I came. Don't look at that. There's a new main story and it's called Get a House and Decorate It for 20 hours. Oh my goodness. That's real. That's real. I'm gonna have such a pretty house. There's no way to play this as Sandbox. You're Sandbox, do whatever. Why are games like this called Sandbox? Oh my god. Is this the way I'm supposed to be going? Oh, I guess it is. I skipped the main story. Did all the side stuff? And then did the main story. I think that's the optimal way to play, probably. I don't know, when I played this in the past, I just did side stuff. I don't know, I did the main story as much as I could. But I have an issue where if, like, my quest list is really long, I don't know. It stresses me out. That's fine. 200 hours, yo. There's not that much decorating, I don't think. I think you just get to choose what the stuff goes. You can't, like, paint the walls, can you? And I hope this is the right way. Can you steal a child and make him clean the house? Yo! I'm gonna be responsible. Well, I'm gonna be irresponsible, but that's why I'm not. I don't want to adopt a kid. The poor little street urchins, they need to be raised with good values, and I am just not a good value kind of person. This is so pretty. I don't remember the sky being like this. Wowie. Okay. Surely that giant doesn't care. Can find annoying children, turn their parents into sweet rolls, and give it to them? Did you listen to what I just said about the children needing good values? Listen, I just don't want to be Sorry. I don't want to be responsible for some kids being messed up. You know? Like, if I'm gone for 18 days killing people, that's just, like, probably not the best conditions. Ah! The fox died! That's so messed up. I'll take your pelt. Your memory lives on with me. Great value kind of person, mayhaps? Great value as in Walmart? That feels pretty insulting. And cleaning for free, not a good value? No. I don't think so. Oh my god. Should I... Are you chill? I'm a little scared. Oh, you're a saber cat. I thought you were a bear. Ah! Oh. If you're annoying your parent, gotta turn into sweet rolls. Like, no pets so they're not alone. Oh, man. Not chill at all. I do like the pets, I will say. Having a little rat as a pet, that's kind of awesome. But, I don't know. I don't know. I want to be in the Thieves Guild, and I just feel like... I feel like a child deserves better than that, maybe. Oh, man. I thought maybe he would just let me kill him. Sigh. Ah! Damon or Stefan? I don't know what that means, so I'm not really sure how to properly answer that. Can I make this? Ah, I can. Swag. Why is it telling me to go in there? If it's just visit the fishery. Okay. They're from a show called Vampire Diaries. Aw, man. I have not seen Vampire Diaries. I quite like vampire media, though. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Ugh. Surely chill. Why are they chill? They're not. They should be. Is this water cold? No. It's fine. What is that? Are these bones? Oh, they're bones. Swag. Vampire Diaries is a certified banger? Sheesh. I love certified bangers. I'm quite fond of Twilight. Oh. Oh, I thought that was a wolf. Everything is okay. And I watched a bit of My Babysitter's a Vampire. But not that one for some reason. You know this isn't Crimson Desert? I don't have that one, Big Papa. But hello. Hello, hello. It's nice to see you. 100 times better than Twilight? Listen, I can't even say that Twilight is good. I just liked it. I think it's a bit campy. Lie better. We're chill. Babysitters of Vampire is a good one. It was so good. Although, I might be lying, but I'm pretty sure that it got cancelled, right? Or they didn't finish it or something. I don't remember there being like an ending. Maybe I made that up. Please don't come over here. I'm scared. Ugh. How's Monday? Monday's good! Monday is so good. I hope it's good for you too. Man, why can't you be chill? I don't really mind killing people that bad, but the wolves make me kind of sad. Ugh. I don't know why those giants are running. But you're not even giants. Who are you? What is this? Is this just a rock? It is just a rock. What is this? Was cancelled? That's so sad. Sigh. You're waiting for some drama to fold/unfold? I've never heard anybody say they're waiting for a drama to fold. Like, I've heard of unfold before. But fold is crazy. Yeah, I'm waiting for this argument to wrap up. It's kind of awesome. Leave it. Something about leave it reminds me of a dog. Okay, Shirley just walking south. There won't be any funny mountains to climb. Folding someone's argument sounds so awesome. What's not gonna do to you? You don't know the details. So are you just like hoping? Waiting for something to happen? Youch! Youch indeed. Is it okay if I ask her the gore? Does it really make you barf? It doesn't make me like actually barf. Like I don't feel like literally nauseous. But it is certainly not my favorite thing to see. Like if there was a turn off gore button, I would have clicked on it. Like I can handle it. I just have to be dramatic. And I think that makes it easier to handle. I did I don't know, one time I was in class and I passed out because we were reading a poem that was gory. And I just fell over onto the floor. And then my professor made me like sit outside on a bench until class was over. So that was onlookers. But I think I think maybe it's not so bad. Most of the time. My sister uses my Amazon account and she ordered a pregnancy test for overnight from Amazon on Sunday. Oh my goodness. Is that a good thing? Like, are we happy for her, or are we a little bit scared? No. Oh. Well, I hope I hope it's negative then. I hope she's okay. That is quite scary. Shout out to that goat. Navigate to your documents. Open Skyrim. Oh my god, are you chill?
I'm on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Azura, the goddess of twilight.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Okay, he said excuse me, so I guess he doesn't have to die. How do you change B disable all girl equals 1? Save and close the file? I've never gone into the files of a game like that before. It's not so bad. Like, it's kind of cartoonish. I'm not gonna barf or pass out. I'm just gonna complain about it. But thank you. What that shit? His face is not looking chill? Okay, well, we're not killing people for being ugly. That's crazy. Your sister's out to move cross country and doesn't have a job. Oh. It's so over. Well, surely it will be okay. Surely it's chill. Why not? Face card declines. So does your life, dog. That's wild. Maybe he just didn't get enough sleep, you know? Maybe he's just not very well rested. And he's walking outside. Oh my god. There are 99 wolves on the way here. Well, I just, like, ignore them. Now you can sleep forever? No. He can go on his little pilgrimage in peace. It is okay. Whoops. Oh, this is not even the mountain I'm supposed to be going up. Are we chill? Oh, we're not. Man! Please be chill. Please just be regular. Oh my goodness. Yeah, flames are okay, I guess. You're kind of hardy, huh? I'm poisoned. Die. Can I drink this? More poison. Concentrated poison. Damage stamina by 9 points. Do you think I'm well fed. I think I still have food poisoning. Maybe I should sleep for an entire day so that goes away. That's a little unlucky. Okay, maybe this is a mace situation. Bug! Hi, Fox! Darn it. It's not a mace situation. Got by the bug. Man. Should save more often, Where even am I? Walking to Urton is a trial. The thing is, I'm not even close to, like, any other cities to take a carriage. I guess maybe I should have gone to Whiterun when I was near there. But I think I'm already cooked. It's okay. It's okay. Surely the trials will make me stronger. Oh. This is the song that plays when you walk all the way to Riften. And then you don't even buy a house in Riften. You're just going there for fun. Oh, there's so much Dragon's Tongue, though. I like the Dragon's Tongue. Yo! Rough, rough. Hmm. Yippee! Okay. Not so bad, not so bad. Dragon Tub plus Tundra Cotton equals fortified barter? Oh. I don't think I've seen any Tundra Cotton yet. Maybe I'm not in a cold enough area. Yo! That's good though. I've been poisoned. I don't really want to be poisoned, actually. I think he's a little strong for me. Maybe I should be drinking the resist poison before getting poisoned, huh? Yippee! I don't know what sees me. Hello? Another little guy? Oh. I think the spiders own venom against it. I don't know if that particularly helped, but at least I didn't die. So that certainly is something. Oh, it's so pretty. What a pretty game. Huh? Better come with us right now.
Leave me alone.
I don't have time for this foolishness. Now
Oh,
come
shit.
along quietly, and we won't have to get rough. Brother, I think she's telling the truth.
I
I'm not
don't
going anywhere.
even know
Back
who's
off
talking.
Before I do something drastic.
She doesn't have the scar.
What? Oh. You're
Why are you
right.
talking in a
We've made
tree?
mistake. Now move along before that mouth of yours gets you into trouble.
Next time you're looking to pester someone, make sure it's the right person.
Why are they talking in a tree? Back up before I do something drastic.
Are you feeling sick?
Am I feeling sick? I don't know. That is such a mean thing to say to someone. Oh, I am feeling sick. Man, how much longer of this do I got? It's over for me.
Yes.
Is that lady
Foreigners.
okay?
What a nuisance.
Hello? What is that all
They
about?
thought I was some other Red Guard woman. They just wouldn't leave me alone. I hope they get lost in the wilderness.
That's so messed up. Do you want me to kill them for you? I'll kill them for you. Sleep or wait for 3 days. I feel like it's been a lot of days.
Help me! Help me!
Someone do something.
Someone do something. I am doing something. Pretty bounty. None of this is valuable. Much on a cart full of carrots beforehand. Man. Fill up my munching on carrots. Wait, are you mad at me? Where even are you?
Foreigners. What a nuisance.
Oh, she
Until
doesn't
next
care.
time.
I don't know where the buddy is. I only killed one of them. Oh well. Hopefully that's chill. Ah. Okay, that's fine. You can run away. You're just a wolf. Wolves are allowed to run away. Okay, well don't attack me after I let you run away. Okay. Can you please be chill? Why is nobody in this game chill? Like, I'm pretty chill. Oh well. Got your gold, I guess. Is this gonna take me where I want it to? I'm not so sure. Maybe I just go straight up this mountain. Okay. Okay. I'm not a horse, I guess. Oh? No! Oh, a path. Excuse me. There's an ongoing war and the dragons have returned. I think it's a very chill environment. You think the geopolitics are affecting the wolves too? Why aren't the wolves chill? Guess not everyone can be a chill guy like me. I've gotta be so close, surely. Should have looked for a horse to steal. Maybe that would have been awesome. Oh, a spider, I see. Have a nice stream. I'm going to rest. Oh my goodness, that's so nice. I hope you have a good rest. Good night, good night, good night. And thank you for the care package too. Man, the Genshin music... Genshin Impact music while playing Skyrim is kind of awesome. What a vibe. Hunters are poaching more animals with less patrols. Bandits are breeding wolves for money. The bandits are breeding wolves? I did not know about that. Okay, whoops. Ah! I'm chilly. Where the hell's my blankie at? Okay. Man, don't poison me. That's messed up. I do go to the Cloud District very often. No, I haven't even been in Whiterun yet. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the stretch and squeak. Of course you don't. Guys, I'm above that. You think you're cool for being in the Cloud District. But my ass isn't even worried about being on the grid whatsoever. Okay, here's what Monsley has to say. He lives in a file. Yo! I'm a nomad. I'm a nomad and it's awesome. Now listen to this. Pretty cool, huh? And a Pika. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright, are you ready? Pika P! Wait, is this a road or a river? I think this is a road. It seems like I can just follow the road all the way there. This is so optimal. Very cool indeed. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Homeless. A little homeless foe today. My goodness, speaking of homeless. Well, it's not really speaking of homeless, but homeless reminded me of my friend who used to live in a car, right? Well, I guess not really homeless, but like he lived in a Kia Soul. But oh, my friend got their Kia Soul stolen yesterday. I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently for Kia Souls, you can just use like a USB thingy as a key, and then you can drive away. So, if you got a Kia Soul, be careful, I guess. I do not personally. We got arrows here. Used to be a nomad, storing my gear in Whiterun barrel, and then it reset and oh my god, disappeared. You kept all your things in a barrel? That's crazy. Oh, whoa. This armor's a bit better. I don't think it does any... I don't know if it's better to have stronger defense, or if it's better to have magic. Speaking of homeless, haha. Yeah, I'm homeless, by the way. Just kidding. That's not true. I live in this Best Buy. Oh my goodness. My lockpicking is so good. Scroll a dread zombie. Okay. Man, why are all these people just like dead already? That kind of sucks, huh? Damage 0. Oh, it's because I don't have anything. This is better than hunting bow, right? Yeah. Living in the fridge foe today. Not the freezer though, that's my neighbor. Why are we chill? Is this not a thing I can look at? Seeing a random fox with a PC set up in the forest would be an interesting sight. Be pretty awesome, right? A car. We've heard of a band of Legion soldiers advancing on your position. Reinforcements are on the way. Talos guards you. Boring. I want some drama. I want some gossip. I want to read a letter that's like, I'm having an affair with you, but the child is yours. You know, where's that kind of drama? Who cares about the war? Guys, I think I'm pretty close. I think we're almost to our destination. Is this chill? Are you chill?
No lollygagging.
Okay, I think you're chill. Y'all got any salt? I wanna cook my fish. Ugh. Saltless. Elsewhere fondue. Moon sugar? That's kinda cool. Is this hardcore mode? I don't think so. This is like survival mode. Oh my god. It's survival mode, but I don't think the enemies are particularly hard or anything. Oh my god, an ingot. Yay. Swag. Have you done the love triangle quest in Riverwood? Is that the one with Sven?
What you doing that for?
I haven't done it this time. I haven't really done many quests at all. Really only the claw quest. Oh my god! Is this alive? Why is it scary looking? I want an inn. I want to go to sleep. Are any of you inns? Our care package. Oh my goodness, thank you. Ah! Hello? I guess none of these are inns. Kill the chicken? Well, why would I do that? He's just sitting there. He's just sitting there like a good chicken. I don't wanna mess up his vibes. The fake letters from Sven? I don't even remember there being a fake letter. I just remember 2 people wanted some lady. I think the move is to go both of them and then you get with the lady. Oh, I'm heavy. Oh man, the carry weight is like just barely over. I drink all my alcohol. Yeah, that puts me under. Swag. You can make the lady? You can? Oh, I thought you had to pick one of the fellas. That's kind of awesome. To get to Riften, get an amulet of Mara. I thought you had to find one of those. Can you make them? We ever get to Riften? Find out next time. I'm like literally here. Oh, I'm not here. Darn it. Well, I'm like almost here.
Looky here. Looks like we got ourselves a hero.
A hero? I have killed so many people. I don't need to be in there. The Temple of Mara is in Riften? Oh. Wait, that's kind of romantic. Does it let you give out multiple? Like, could you be a player if you wanted to be, or no? What's your combat stats? Okay. Listen, let me get to Riften first, and then I'll take a nap, and I'll show you. Am I heavy? Not heavy. I'm just slow, I guess. I wish I remembered where I have a bounty. I said I have a 40 gold bounty somewhere for killing that one guard. Riften Stables. We're so close.
Hold there.
Oh, I'm holding.
Before I let you into Riften, you need to pay
Visitor's tax.
for the privilege of entering the city.
What the
What
hell?
does it matter?
I'm not paying that. No.
Keep your voice down. You want everyone to hear you?
Goodness.
Unlock the
These
gate.
wheel tags. I don't even think I have a cheese wheel. I think I ate them all.
Gate's unlocked. You can head inside when
My
you're
god,
ready.
get me in there. Press C then enter to insta refill your stamina. Oh. I didn't know you could wait in this game.
I had another
How
run-in
new?
with the Thieves Guild.
Oh my god!
Be careful, Mio. The Thieves Guild has Maven Blackbriar at her back. One snap of her fingers and you could end up in Riften Hill. Or worse.
They represent the reason I'm here. I can't
I
just
like
ignore
her.
them, Eren.
Myla brings all the lions
When you
real.
borrowed the money, you said you'd pay it to
Strong,
hunt
tall
us.
lady. I like her quite a bit. Oh
know you. You and Riften looking for trouble?
my god, why are you a hater? What's it to ya?
Don't say something you'll regret.
Last thing the Blackbriars need is some loudmouth trying to meddle in their affairs.
Blackbriars. I do not remember
The
this at all.
Blackbriars have rifted in their pocket.
Oh my
and the Thieves
goodness,
Guild
Flying
watching their
Fox, thank
backs,
you for
so
the
keep your
3
nose out of their
streak.
business.
That's so nice of
Me,
you.
I'm Maul. I watch the streets.
Why does he
for 'em.
sound so cool?
If you need dirt on anything,
I don't know.
I'm your
Look up the
guy,
voice actor and tell
but
me who
it'll
it
cost ya.
is. Bunch of minutes schnoz? Should I?
Don't make me laugh.
Can I punch
Just
you?
stay out of the Blackbriars' affairs.
Oh, I thought it let me fight him. Man, he's kind of ugly. Okay, I'm looking for an inn. Bee and Barb, is that an inn or is that just a bar? Popeye vocal saying?
Heed my word.
The
return of the dragons is not mere
That does not sound like a real name at all. Oh my god. I want a boiled cream tart.
displeased with your constant inebriation.
Never done an
Oh my
honest
God.
day's work in your life for all that coin you carry. Hey, lass.
Oh my god. Why does he know that?
I'm saying you've got the coin, but you didn't earn a septim of it honestly.
Is this the Thieves Guild? I kind of forgot. Why did he clock you so good? I don't know. That's kind of attractive. Oh, well, then none of your
Oh, but that's
business.
where you're wrong, lass. Wealth is my business.
Boiled
Maybe
cream
you'd like
tart.
to pay me.
We're not kicking you out.
I've got a bit of an errand to
Oh,
perform, but I need an
that
extra pair of
sounds so
hands.
mean.
And in my line of work, extra
Is
hands
this the Thieves
are
Guild?
well paid.
I thought I was just going to Riften for fishing, but this kind of works out so
I'm going to
well.
cause a distraction. You're gonna steal Medesi's silver ring from a strongbox under a stand.
Oh, I do remember
Once you have it,
this.
I want you to place it in
I like the
Bramsay's
Thieves Guild
pocket without him
armor.
noticing.
Like the Nightingale armor.
There's someone that wants to see him put out of business permanently. That's all you need to know. I'll
Okay,
be
I'm
out in the
just trying to
market
like
all
take
day,
a nap,
from 8 in the
Loki.
morning until 8 in the evening. Meet me then, if you've still
You're
got the
gonna be in
stomach
the
for it.
market for 12 hours waiting for me? Sheesh. I don't
I'll
need to
be at
know.
the market
I
come
don't need to
morning.
know why we're doing it.
You better be there.
Do you have a room for me?
If you've got the coin, you're sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Nightingale and Daedric is the best looking? I don't know if I've
I'll show
I
you.
don't know
to
if
your
I'm
room.
familiar
Right
with
this way.
Daedric. But I quite like Nightingale. Is this Appa from Avatar? What? What? Black and red demonic armor? I'm not familiar. Okay, let's sleep for 9 hours. That seems nice. It's Funky Monkey Fredas. Sheesh. Okay, stamina. Look, my archery is level 29. That's kind of awesome. I think that's my highest one. Destruction is 27. Sheesh. That's about all I got. Pressing backlight. I'm so close. I like being able to zoom in. Okay, okay. Yo, okay, backstab. I'm not really doing too much with that. I'll just be harder to detect. Okay. Oh, I think we're looking okay.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
What? Did I not just go to sleep and wake up? Did you watch me sleep the whole night? That's nice, I guess.
Damn it, Talon. We still don't have enough this year to get out of Riften.
Oh, that is not my issue.
Come and we can walk away from here.
I don't have any business with you.
I want
so
this
get out of
cream
my
tart
sight.
so bad.
I presume you're bothering me for a good
Oh my god. Why is everyone talking? Alright.
No offense, but you're not looking so good.
Do I still not look so good? Oh, I'm hungry. He said, damn, Shawty, you look hungry. Oh, I do have a cheese wheel. Saving that for later. I'm well fed. Okay. That should be good then. Some are good. Gotta steal.
I was reading that missive you gave me, and I was wondering.
Everyone's calling you dishonest and not hardworking and sick looking.
What in the name of oblivion do you want?
Man, you're right.
Protect yourself right.
It's fine. It's fine. Everyone still wants me, because why are they all yapping? Okay, wait. Am I supposed to just talk to him? I don't think I have the quest active.
Okay, lass. Ready to make some coin?
Yeah.
Good. Wait until I start the distraction, then show me what you're made of.
Okay.
Everyone, gather round. I have something amazing to show you that demands your attention.
Wait, I don't even know where Modesti's thing
New around
is.
Riften? Take my advice. Stay at the Bee and Barb. The bunkhouse isn't for you.
The bunkhouse isn't for me, girl.
Come on, Brynjolf. What
Is this... Shoot.
Patience, Blanchett.
I should have...
Visiting Riften?
Wait, is it...
All are welcome at the Temple of Mara.
Which one?
That's what you said about the wisp essence, and it turned out to be crushed.
I don't know
humans
which one.
mixed with
Modesti's the jeweler, right?
That was a simple misunderstanding. But this item,
They can, like, see me.
lads and lasses,
I don't
give you
actually know how to
Alma
sneak,
blood
actually. He doesn't want to dishonest sick-looking dark elf baddie. That's so real and true.
Mystical beings who
Steal
live in
from
legend.
all of them? Okay. He's gonna hate me so bad. He's gonna be like, yo, you overdid it.
Masters of
Uh,
cursed magic. Imagine
who
the
is
power
detecting
that
me?
coursed through their veins. How did you get that then? No one's seen them in years.
How is detecting me?
sources must remain a secret
Okay.
for their own protection.
Okay, I think I'm going to jail. Can I take all of this, Loki?
But I can promise you that
Oh my god. Ah!
The problem is your disrespect for the laws.
Who
of this
doesn't like an
land.
elf baddie?
Time to
Remember
face a
Orlando
large
Bloom in Lord of the Rings? Ah, that's so real.
Damn.
My bounty is 6 gold. It's fine.
Smart woman. Now, come
You can
along
have
with us.
$6.
We'll take any stolen goods. and
Retry
you'll be
that?
free to go.
Oh, he's
After
taking
you pay
stolen
the fine, of
goods.
course.
Oh man. I'll retry that. I'm not really sure what the move is. Is this where I was? Yeah. Wouldn't want a Skyrim wife who knows fire magic? Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
No offense.
Why
but
wouldn't
you're
you?
not looking so good.
Girl! Shut. I'm just hungry, I think, maybe.
Are you feeling ill?
You're one to talk, brother. What the hell? This game is so messed up. Is this fine? Surely that's fine. You should get closer to those stalls so you're not seen. Okay. He's not looking so good either. He looks like he was called Boiled Cream Tart in high school. I don't know. Boiled Cream Tart is like almost cute, but not quite.
Good.
I don't know. I think Cream Tart is really cute,
Then
but the
show
fact
me
that
what
it's
you're made of.
boiled kind of makes you raise your eyebrow, right?
everyone, gather round.
It's the same vibe as being called like a chopped muffin. Like, ah, you're a muffin, that's cute, but you're also chopped. This isn't the right one. Boiled is not an attractive adjective.
No pushing, no shoving. Come on, plenty of room. What is it Patience, Branchet. This is a rare
I don't know exactly where I'm being detected from.
And it turned out to be
Do I have a potion for that? I don't think I do. Oh, invisibility for 20 seconds? Maybe that's awesome.
That was his
Wait,
simple misunderstanding.
detected.
But this item is the real thing.
Am I not invisible right now?
Lads and lasses, I give you
Okay, well that's not looking
Alma
very
Blood
invisible.
Elixir. Oh, come on.
As long as you activate the lockpick while you're undetected, it doesn't matter.
Mystical beings who live in legends and were masters of great magic.
If I knew
Imagine the
who
power
is
that
detecting
coursed through
me,
their veins. How did you get
maybe
that?
that would be
No
helpful.
one's
But I
seen them in
really,
years. My sources
I don't
must be
know.
secret for their own protection,
You did an
but I
action
can
and your
promise you that the
invisibility
contents
went
are
away.
genuine.
Probably the smith.
One sip of the elixir and your wishes will
Does
be granted.
lockpicking
Great wealth,
get rid of
everlasting life,
invisibility?
or perhaps limitless power could be yours.
How much does it cost?
I should have saved right before this.
20 gold septims. Hurry, before my supply is gone.
Plant.
Why would you even listen to him?
Wield powerful magic incantations.
I don't know, you guys. This is real suspicious.
But maybe this will.
My lockpick.
Listen to him.
Oh my god.
Roll back that missing link.
Your bow definitely not giving you away.
He
Does
gives
it
other
work
things
like
a
that?
bad name.
Learn a library's worth of knowledge.
I
in
don't have any
moments.
more lockpicks.
I could get rich and stop selling these trinkets.
Okay, Okay, I'll try again and I'll put my bow away.
No offense, but you're not looking so good. Are you feeling ill?
Doesn't work like that, just a funny observation. Oh. Well, I'll put it away anyway. Surely that will help.
Shut up, boiled ass cream boy.
Man. Looking boiled today.
Winter's morning.
Is this better? Okay, it's better. We just have alcohol and it's okay.
Visiting Riften? All are welcome at the Temple of Mara.
That's so nice. I'm here to mess things up. Okay.
Wait until I start the distraction, then show me what you're made of.
Everyone, gather round. I have something amazing to show you that demands
Oh
your attention.
my
I'm a
goodness.
dirty beggar. Why
What?
would you want to even speak to me?
Okay, that's nice, dirty beggar. Is this the one? This isn't even the one.
Come on, Grignol. What is it this time?
Okay, I'll save here, and then it won't be so bad if I mess up. Why do I only have one lockpick, by the way?
Shay,
That's close
this
enough.
is a rare opportunity.
5 bounty added to
I
the
wouldn't want you to
rift.
get left out.
Does that mean I got caught?
The wisp essence, and it turned out to be.
I assume that means I got caught.
Patience, Branchet. This
Was
is
it a
a rare
blacksmith?
opportunity. I
Can I
wouldn't want you to
kill
get
that
left
guy?
out.
That's what she said about the wisp essence.
What brings you to Balaman today? Repair?
Hmm.
Purchase?
Well, that was his
There's not a go away
If you
button.
need any more smithing work,
Unequip
come see
all of
me.
your stuff besides clothes. Get rid of it! Guys, okay. I'm getting rid of all my stuff. Surely that will help. I don't have stuff equipped.
and lasses. I give you
I have magic equipped.
my blood elixir.
All I got are
Are you
clothes.
talking about the snow elf?
Weight affects
The
sneak?
one and only.
It does? Hell nah.
Mystical beings who live in
Can I put my stuff in a barrel?
Masters of great magic. Imagine a puppet.
Okay. Surely. Surely this will help. Yeah. Sheesh, barrel spotted. I just can't forget it's that barrel.
My sources must
It's
remain
by
secret for their
Sakasa
own protection,
Machi's.
but
That's
I can
right.
promise you that the contents are genuine.
one sip of
Okay.
the elixir and your wishes will be granted.
What if I'm closer to the wall?
Everlasting life.
Can you not see me as good?
Limitless power could be
Actually, that's not even helping.
How much does it cost?
They're playing you. The guy
Only
knew you were
20
too
gold
chunky to
pieces.
steal and
Price
planted
of
the.
supply is gone.
He's gonna steal from you.
He's making this up.
Oh
Other
man.
people's thoughts.
Why am I so
This is
bad at
just what I need
sneaking?
Right now. Don't listen to
Go to
him.
the
He's
right
making
side of the
this up.
stall.
Who knows what powers the elixir will unlock?
I can't afford to get one.
If this breaks, I'm gonna. Ah! Okay.
How can I afford not to?
Why is this so hard?
Patience,
He's
Brandy.
like, I'm carrying your barrel. I shouldn't have told him I'm ready. I should have.
The wisp essence, and it turned out.
I should have got more lockpicks. My barrel. This is so incredibly cooked. Quest item, boy. Surely this is helping. Where's my flute, by the way? Did I put that in there? Oh, okay. Thank goodness. There's a guidebook on thieving. They'd have your face on it.
Balma blood elixir.
Secrets. That's all I need anyway. Shush.
Talking about the snow elves. The one and only. Mystical beings who live.
Okay, everything is okay. Carrying a fat dragon stone and 4 iron bars on my burn is clinking. I can't get rid of the dragon stone even if I wanted to. So I don't really want to hear it.
Legends, and we're masters of great
Okay. Okay, it's going alright.
magic.
Okay. Okay, everything is okay. This is the song that plays when you steal the ring successfully. Okay, and then I'm saving. I'm saving, and I'm not gonna have to do that again.
But I can promise
Guys, look over here. My dumper is rattling.
Stop! I put everything. I put everything in the barrel, and it's fine. Stop! It's fine. Quest items don't actually weigh anything in your inventory, even though it has a weight value. Let's see. My dumper is regular. Oh my god, this is not regular. Okay, I just need to find out what
my sources must
direction.
remain secret for their own protection. But I can
I think it's somewhere on the right side.
my sources must remain a secret for their
Okay, maybe it's not on the right side. Okay, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Are you giving me a second? It changes every time you load? It does? Aw, hell nah.
protection. But I can promise you that the content
Holy shit, guys, I just found this heavy ass
Guys.
barrel with a bunch of crap in it. Who's picking this shit up? Anyways, I am taking it.
My flute. Thanks so much. Everyone be quiet.
must remain a secret for their
Everyone be quiet. I'm doing stuff.
protection.
This game sucks. You're not shutting up.
For their own protection.
can promise you that the contents are genuine.
Okay. What's where would you, if you were a little lock, where would you be locked from? You're not even being spotted anymore. Your dumper's just bumping the lockpicks. It's true. Ah! It's so close. It's so close.
My sources must remain a secret for their own protection.
It's so sad. I love lockpicking. It changes every time, does it not? Well, that is what I've been told. It's so close. It's so close. Oh man. You're doing great. Listen, it's expert. It's expert and I'm only like level 20 something on it. Lockpicking Seaman. Have you guys ever seen the YouTube videos of that guy who like rates locks and he shows you like how to pick them? And he's like, this brand of lock is really bad, but like this brand is really good and you can do this and this and this. I like watching those. Just 1,000 picks to go. Guys, I feel like you're not being very supportive of my thieving dreams. Lockpicking Glory, yeah! Yeah, I like those videos. Although, oh my god, I'm so good.
One sip of the elixir and your wishes will be granted. Great wealth,
Wait, how do I...
everlasting life, or perhaps
Wait, this isn't even the right person?
limitless power could be
I don't
yours.
know who Grelka is. I'm taking her stuff as a consolation prize.
He gives other merchants a bad name. Roll back that missing link. This is just what I need right now.
20 coins? No one has that much.
Nobody has 20 coins. Wait, is it this last one? It's right where everybody is?
20 coins? No one has
You need to pickpocket now, not lockpick? Wait, so are you telling me I was doing that for no reason? You're gonna put in someone's bussy clip? Okay. Well.
I could get rich and stop selling these trinkets.
That's Grelka. Oh my god, girl, I just stole from you. Wait, can I be invisible? Surely that would help me out. I had a potion of lockpicking this whole time. Man. She was in her back pocket. No. Oh. But what was that? Hello? Oh. I'm getting detected. Like crazy. I am not invisible. I don't really know what happened. Also, he stopped yapping and I... This whole thing is so cooked. So peril. Oh, okay. Give. Here you go.
What's this nonsense I've been hearing? How dare you call Bully a dead?
Did I do it? It wasn't useless. It was very impressive of you to lockpick an expert lock. Shush, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god. My stuff is gone. I don't remember where my stuff is. Saying and you're thinking, damn, that girl doesn't look so good. I look fine, look. Oh, I still have food poisoning, but I'm sure it's fine. Tags on your stream are so funny. Thank you so much for noticing. I worked really hard on them. Oh, beef. Oh wait, there's salt here. That's good. Oh my god, salt!
What's she doing poking her nose in there?
Where? Is she talking about me? Sura took the barrel.
Buying and selling
Man,
fine jewelry here.
it's fine.
Looks like I chose
It's
the right
fine, I
person
can
for the
take it
job.
back.
And here you go.
Yeah.
Your
I knew
payment,
you were doing it,
just
they
as I
just felt
promised.
bad because you
The
look
way things
so
have been going
awful.
around here, it's a relief that our plan went off without a hitch.
Without a hitch is crazy.
Nah, my organization's been having a
Can
run
I
of
even
bad
sell
luck,
the stuff that I
but I suppose
stole?
that's just how it goes.
Doesn't it have like a
But never
stolen
mind
tag?
that. You did the job, and you did it
Man,
well. Best of all,
it's
there's
so
more where that
over.
came from. If you think you can handle it.
I can handle it if I have more than one lockpick, perhaps. I can handle
All
it.
right then. Let's put that to the test.
He's looking like he's
The
gonna
group
kill
I
you himself.
represent has its home in the
It's
Ratway
okay.
beneath Riften. a
Surely
tavern
I'll kill
called the
him
Ragged
eventually and
Dragon.
it'll be fine.
Get there in one piece, and we'll see if you've really got
One
what it
Piece? One Piece mention? Hello.
Please. Please, I need but a septum. A septum is all I ask. Is that so bad?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm a bit of a good person.
Gemstones over here. Don't even think about it.
Oh my god, sorry. Stealing stuff to Persona music is peak, by the way. Oh my god, thank you. Stealing? Wait.
It isn't yours. You're under arrest, Branche.
Yeah, get him.
This is insane. I didn't steal
Only
anything.
still defenses associated with the Thieves Guild.
We can do this one
Okay.
of two ways.
A stolen tag? I don't think anti-theft tags were invented yet. A stolen tag?
Very well.
Probably never steal tags. Shout out to Top Banana. Why did they even check his back pocket? Where did they got that to? Don't say that. Well, I'm sure. Maybe Medesi just complained and then everyone had to have their pockets searched or something. I don't know.
Protect yourself.
Nothing sus going on in Riften at all. Oh my god, I came here to fish. Thanks for reminding me. We're going to the fishery for today. I want to catch so many fish. And then I need to work on getting a house. That was kind of my only goal of the day, and I don't think I did anything towards that. Swims in deep water. It's kind of an awesome name.
The waiting. The insufferable
I
waiting.
curse you to only get junk items? That is so messed
Here,
up.
I want you to have this.
It's
Don't
fine.
ask,
I'll just
take it.
steal the good items and it'll be fine. Brownie juvenile mud crab? Girl, I don't want a mud crab. Right. After hanging up my sword and bow to live a quieter life, I decided to study the lives and habitats of mud crabs here at the Riften Fishery. It is my hope that one day we might breed mud crabs much like we do fish. If only everyone else at the fishery shared my interest. Sigh. Blush emoji. I'm in search of a juvenile mud crab, so I may study its growth. These young mud crab... Oh my god. You could have just asked me. You didn't have to write me like a bounty for it. You have to be level 10 anyways. Surely I'm almost there. I'm like close. We just gave up their hopes and dreams to breed muddy crabs. We should kill them. I think you're right. I think you're onto something. To make fun of him? I'm kind of feeling like making fun of him. I don't know. This is pretty dramatic.
Tight. Of course.
Catch of the day?
That doesn't change anything.
I'll bring them back soon.
My thanks to you.
Blah blah blah. There are no Norks not interested. What if there are? What if there are Norks? Have you considered? Have you considered that? Alright, so I just need to catch fish. Can I do it here? I guess not. I guess this is like the breeding grounds. That's where the mud crabs get around. They just asked the whole class to pass that note around to you. It's embarrassing because someone else probably read that. Do you guys ever do that? Like pass notes in class? I was never a note passer, but I did have notes passed to me. One time in 6th grade, somebody passed me a note and it said, "Will you go out with me?"
Trees.
And I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just kinda didn't. Okay, where's the
I
fishing?
really need your help. I don't want to lose my job at the fishery.
Oh my god, I'm sorry girl, that is not my problem. Kinda weird to pass notes, not gonna lie. I feel like if it's a not serious thing, then it could be like a cute little thing. Like if you're just bored in class and you want to say hi to your friend, I feel like that's kind of regular. Like you're just messing around. I feel like a serious question should maybe not be asked via note. Cause like what if somebody does read it? You're just cooked. Yes for yes and check no for yes. Haha. Real and true. Middle pier? Straight out a door? Oh. Wait, where am I then? Your reaction. I was stressed out. I was stressed out a little bit. But it's okay. That's just how it be in 6th grade. Oh, I solderfish. Wait, maybe I should read what things that I need. Read. Oh my god, this is not even... Okay. Carp, glassfish, goldfish, pogfish. Obtain a carp. Okay, got it. That one works too. Surely there's a carp in this one. Doxes before the hay pile era. Hashtag snort. Okay, well don't make me sound weird. Whoops. Did not mean to put that, but that's fine. There's a note map inside of the local fishing spots. It's kind of hard to figure out, and you just need to walk along the shore. Empty wine bottle. Man, this is because I was cursed to get only junk, huh? There's a map? Where do I find the map of the fishing spots? Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow. Well, I got the crab. I guess I can give that person their crab. What if I ate it? That'd be awesome. Let me eat some cabbage. My pockets are kind of full. You got the crab, Lucky? Oh, is that Lucky? Yeah, I don't remember who wanted this crab. Join the Imperial Legion. Oh, it's not a miscellaneous, it's like a straight up quest, huh? Okay, where are ya? I got your crab that you quit your dreams for.
Not now.
What do you... Oh, here's your
Thanks.
fish!
Couldn't have done that without you.
Oh shit, read it. Wait, never mind. Look at my note first. Sigh. Oh my god, I got a key and $100.
You know Bellathor's shop in Whiterun? That'd be a good place to start. He carries all sorts of
Whiterun
things
is
like that.
across the country. Oh, hell no. Side where the swims in water is in the office area.
I'm waiting.
Wait, there's a map here and she told me to go to Whiterun to find it. Kinda messed up. Alright, oh, wait, I can just take your stuff now? That's so awesome. Oh,
Tidings.
I'm not looking for
All right,
work.
then.
Office area. I'm looking. Hello. Forge numbers.
Are you feeling sick?
Am I? Am I still sick? Oh, I'm still sick.
If you're looking for a handout,
I am looking for a handout. Merchants
you
also
want to speak with my
maps?
husband.
Wait.
There's nothing like fishing on Lake Onric. You should try it sometime. If you're hungry, only the... Started out... Too bad I haven't had the same success helping this city shed its poverty.
And even Nor thinks I'm wasting my
Is he
time
not a
trying,
merchant?
but I disagree.
It's fine. I don't need a map anyway. I'm taking all this stuff. And you can have, in exchange, my empty wine bottle. There you go. Swag. What do you, doctor? You're not looking so good. What's a doctor gonna do? Look, I got healing. And I'm so good at it. I can't believe it hasn't been 3 days yet. That's quite surprising. Surprising. Sees one note on the desk, ignores. Sees another note on another desk, and ignores. Was that not just business ledgers? I didn't really need to forge their numbers. But it's okay, there's a fishing spot right here. And surely all the fish that I need are gonna be in this spot. And I will not have to go across the country for all that. Surely. They're both asking her out on notes. Yo! That only happened to me one time. Sigh. That was a business book, not a note. If it was... What? Listen, check this out. This is gonna be a carp. Uh-oh. It's not a carp. Oh, I reeled it in too early. Please, 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 please. One carp, please. Is there like, brook bass? Is there a difference between sweetwater and saltwater fish in this game? Or can you just catch any fish in any body of water? I think carps are sweetwater. And I don't think this is ocean. Glassfish? Wait, that's one that I needed. Sheesh. There is a different fish depending on the location and weather. You'll figure it all out as you do the quest, okay? I know this one said fair weather. So I guess it's good that it's sunny. I'd have to imagine I can catch all the quest fish here. Flagon. Listen, we'll dump off all the trash at one point. Yo! Man. What's a girl gotta do to get a carp? Can I steal a carp from them and that count? Yo! What is up with all this garbage? I'm dumping it in the water. I'm evil. Cheese wheel. Okay, almost. Almost. Yeah, I got nothing else. Which is, I would love seeing you catch junk for an hour. If there's no bubbles in the water while fishing, there's no fish. Wait, really? Is that really how that works? Man, this game sucks. I'm poisoning my fishing rod. Okay. She's looking for a boot. Man, I'm not looking for a boot. I caught a glassfish, though.
Take my advice.
I'm not taking your anything. Well, there's no bubbles here neither. Talk to the face sculptor? I don't know what he said to me. He said, do some plastic surgery, buddy. I hope you fish some water about an affair. I do too. That'd be so awesome. I need more drama going on, I think. Breeding mud crabs is not dramatic enough. If it's those the bubbles that you're talking about, like that needs to happen when I put my line in, maybe, and then everything is fine. Carp? Not carp. Okay, well I just don't get it. I don't think. What kind of mini game is this? There's still a chance to get junk. Sigh. I don't want junk, I want a carb. At least it's not raining. Salmon, that's like almost a carb. Y'all got your fishing license? Ah, man. The water sounds pretty? It does sound pretty. This is what it sounds like when you fall over a waterfall. And then you pass out and you're just drifting down the stream. There you go. Why am I so heavy? I need a house so bad. I think I'm all done being homeless. Hello there, I've never played this game, but I heard you can stack a lot of cheese wheels. Can you confirm? Well, you can hold a lot of cheese wheels, but they're kind of heavy. So, like, maybe confirm. Like, if this was a Mythbusters, I guess it would be plausible, but maybe not realistic. Hi, Jen. How's it going? The special edition or anniversary? I think this is special edition. I think. I don't know. Whatever the game category is should be correct. I was so careful about it. Wait, there's salt in here. That's kind of awesome. If I find a carp in a barrel, is that chill? It's special edition. Sheesh. Yeah. We're feeling pretty special for today. Man. An anniversary, you can have an extra 75 carry weight. Sigh. It's okay. We're playing on hard mode because we're really good gamers. Do I need this torch? Surely I don't need this torch anymore. Surely it's fine. Feeling like a cheese wheel for today. We didn't have any. I'm homeless and broke and I don't have any cheese wheels. Can I get some F's in chat? I have a cheese wedge. Is that awesome? I've got beer. Sheesh. Oh my god. I thought I was putting that in the barrel. Cheese wedge looks dirty. Yo! Don't look. Don't look. F, thank you, Allah. Cheese is so good. Am I allowed to send links of cheese wheels? Of course. Go crazy. Just you though, nobody else. That's a it's a Gen exclusive. Wait, were there bubbles? I don't know if there was bubbles. You're not looking so good. Are you feeling sick? Feeling homeless. Can you please do this? Oh, this is a YouTube short. I thought it was gonna be like pics of cheese wheels. I gotta come clean though. I don't really like cheese that much. Like, it's fine if it's in something, but I don't really eat it on its own. Why did you have the cheese link ready? That's a 100-hour project? Hold on. Let's look at this. My god. I'm kind of flopping. I'm kind of fumbling the bag. Well, let me click on this link. Can't wait to give Jen my IP address. Copy links. Okay. Don't look at the snort. The snort's not important. Hold on, let me pause Spotify so that we can hear what they're talking about. Oh. This isn't really what I was expecting. Okay. Shouting at 2,000 stacked cheese wheels in Skyrim. That was kind of awesome. Yeah, I think this is manageable. Said cheese. I think if there's any situation to say cheese, that's probably one of them. Yep. We're working our way up to that. I think I need a house
Guys,
first,
that looks like
so
a
that
100-hour project. Foos road cheese.
Ew. Skyrim with cheese spawns every second? What, like on the floor? You're spawning cheese in the floor? Yeah, sure, I guess so. I mean, I need a house to put all my junk down so that I can carry that much cheese, you know? 1 hour cheese speed run. Wow. This is so awesome. Man. Maybe I need the map. Maybe carps don't even spawn here. Wait. Was I supposed to go in there? Do I have a key to this place? Why did it let me in? Oh my god, I have a key to this place. Sheesh. Read. You cannot speak to a mud crab. They're clumsy creatures. Yeah, just skin them. Sheesh. Look, a cheese wheel. We're almost there. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Can we play Bonnet Coin Cheese? Yeah, if you tell me the rules. Read things to do, okay. Repair holes in a net. Man, none of these have esoteric fishing knowledge. The map is on top of the fish tank. So you were making fun of me for not reading the notes, and then the notes weren't even helpful. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm opening this. Ah! I'm not opening that. I'm feeling like a good person today. What did I pick up that was so heavy? I don't know. What's the fairweather fish? Yup. L, bro. It's so over for me. I'm eating this cheese wheel out of spite. What was that book about? The first sentence I read was Mark. Where's you quacking babes? Let's see. I don't see anything about quaking babes. Poke out your eyes, lad. Pour lead in your ears. Those sails portend madness, dark horror and fear. Abandon your lasses, your ship and your gold. Blood on the water. Valek this way comes. I think this is somebody's like notes app. Like this is just like edgy poetry maybe. Oh yeah, mark well these words, you quaking babes. Blood on the water follows Captain Velksane. The pen was cold. Pen was shivering a little bit. I'll take this one. This seems like a good thing to have. Hold on, I gotta drop something. Surely I don't need all this random stuff, huh? Okay, that's so helpful. There's no map on this fish tank. Feeling lied to for today. Oh. What is this? The babes are eating cheese. Not clicking in the slightest. Well, it'd be like that sometimes. Is Riften the little pond or the big pond? Where are we? Oh, I can't even see the... Whoops. I can't even see the river. Okay. It's the big pond. Big Pond Riften. Okay. Well, this is less than helpful, I must say. Because there's 2 fishing spots where I am. And there's only one on the thing. Sigh. We should kill whoever drew this. Do you think it was Swims? I don't remember his name. Something about swimming. If he was here, I would kill him. I don't think he is, though. Small Pond, Everstead. Oh, I can't even fast travel in this one. I gotta walk to Everstead. You think I can swim there? Does swimming take stamina? Oh my god, it doesn't. We're chilling. What's this about quacking babes? Quack, quack. What? Quack, quack indeed. Hold on, let me consult my map. There's a small dock on the right shore. I see... Is the rightmost X where I am currently? Sigh. Another one on the left side next to a wood mill further down. Is this a wood mill? This is not... Oh! I'm not getting a house, huh? Shoot. Well... But if I leave... Read Fishing Mastery, Volume 1. I didn't read that? If I leave, then when am I gonna do this quest? And then it's just gonna be sitting in my thing, and then I'm gonna get stressed out. Do you see the issue? Do you see the issue? I cannot be having, like, 50 uncompleted quests. Going down the same road the mud crab breeder was going down in the... Yo! Okay, what if I don't know how to get a house? I will be back. I'm talking to your favorite freak Bob, Audrey. Oh my god, Audrey is my favorite freak Bob. Tell her I said hi. Is this a fishing spot? There's a spot on your right across the water. I'm crossing. I let down my bow and arrow, my clinking dumper for the carp breeding contest. I'm not letting down my bow and arrow for the carp breeding contest. I'm just trying to get quests done. Okay, surely there's a carp here. Surely there's a carp here. Surely this will not be an empty wine bottle. Surely, maybe, perhaps. Man! Where's the command to spawn in a carp? Maybe I should have read the Fishing Mastery. It's gonna be like, carps only spawn at 8 a.m. and you're fishing at 11 p.m. You absolute little goober. Oh man. It's 5:30. 5:30. Not a house in sight. At least I made progress for the Thieves Guild though. That is something I wanted. Okay, maybe carps are in the morning. Maybe perhaps. Next spot would be way further down the river. You'll know you arrive when you see the wood mill. Oh man. Place in barrel home dot hay pile cart. Okay, well I don't have a home barrel hay pile. I'm debilitated. Wait, why? What does that mean? Oh, I'm tired. Tired and hungry. A lot of my stuff is raw. Is that chill? Surely that's chill. You're not looking so good. How are you feeling? Feeling kind of homeless. There's a chance they can spawn in barrels or inside the fishery in Riften? What about steel cuffed boots? Does it count if you get it from a barrel? Shit! New drip. New drip just dropped. Drip drop, drip drop. What happened to my music? Oh, I was looking at cheese. Okay, check this out. I'm starting it over. Are your eyes blurry? Girl, go bed. Oh my god. Oh man. Everything is so heavy. 200, 400, 400, 300, 55. Okay, you can go away. 25. Is that enough? Oh, that is enough. Sheesh. You don't have to actually catch them when fishing. There's some spots in the world where the fish spawn in the water. You can just jump in and catch them. I don't even know what book or what fish I need. Goldfish, pugfish, carp. You literally are gonna pass out in the waterfall and be carried home and wake up with nothing but the desire to give your whole life for carps. What if that's kind of awesome? I feel like passing out in a waterfall and then being carried home. I'm homeless, by the way, so I don't know whose home I'm being carried to. But that just sounds like an all-around pleasant experience. I love being carried home. Fishing spots refresh every 24 in-game hours? So you're telling me I can fish and then wait 25 hours? And then my eyes will go blurry, but I can at least keep fishing. Sounds nice. I like that hammery noise. Okay, where's my ladder at? Thank you for the hydrate and stretch carrot. And the fact that it says catch fish makes me feel like grabbing them wouldn't work. But maybe the game doesn't really differentiate. Your eyes are getting too loose. Oh, what a good song. Why is this town so empty now? It's feeling like you're in some carp trance. Was anyone ever real? I don't know.
Welcome to Riften.
Does it matter?
Thieves Guild. Or so they'd have you believe.
No. think people worry too much about things being real. I don't really care if it's like that. Okay, we're going to the Bee and Barb. Creation Club content is not the best. It's Creation Club content, like mods? Oh, she said hi. Happy Funky Monkey Monday. Sheesh. That is so nice. Shout out to monkeys. Okay, where's... Oh, it's across there. Okay. We're going, we're going. Basically paid mods made by people, not Bethesda. It's not made by Bethesda, you still have to pay for that? Interesting. And do you have a repo? Oh, I do have repo. Well, someone in my Steam family library has repo.
What can I get?
I guess
Sure thing. It's yours.
that counts, right? Fishing is Creation Club just made official by Bethesda? Oh.
Are you joking? You just rented a room from me.
What? What?
Come back and see us again.
I rented a room from you like days ago. Okay.
All right, I'll entertain you a bit more.
I didn't know you were a hater.
I don't have any business with you, so get out of my face.
Why is everybody so mean? Your sense of time needs to be studied. I literally... She took me to her room and I did this. And I woke up and she was still here. I'm sleeping for 24 hours. Surely... surely that's a good idea. Oh, I don't have any food that's, like, not raw. You be, and also do you have Phasmo? I do have Phasmo. I think I have most of the major friend swap games. Most of the really popular ones. Oh, excuse me. Is there a cooking? Shush. Is there a cooking pot here? What kind of tavern is this? Oh, just kidding. Okay. Cooked beef! Yippee! Oh my god. We're so back. Cooked carp? I had carp the whole time and it just didn't count. Can you believe that? And the pugfish. I have all the fish that they want. They're just haters. Man. What is the difference between salmon and salmon meat? Do you have Meaty Streamer Overload? I do not have that one. Drop the carp and pick it up. It will update? Is that real? Okay, check this out. Oh my god, excuse me.
Presume you're bothering me for a
Shut! Okay, is it food? Carp. Pugfish. What's the last one? Goldfish. Oh, I don't think I have goldfish. Glassfish? Do I have that one? I think I caught that one, maybe. Wait, swag?
That was just lying around? Good find.
Girl!
All right, I'll entertain you
I
a
want to
bit
kill
more.
this guy. He said I don't look so good, and then he made fun of my picking up the fish from the floor. Okay, swag. You feel better, but still peckish. Okay, okay. Okay, we're well fed. Okay, 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 okay. So I just need a goldfish. Shoot. Goldfish would be I really don't feel like going back out there. Do you think somebody... What is it want me to go in here for? What is this song? You don't like meat lime cookie? You're not rocking with meat lime cookie? Oh, is Fishing Master in there? Don't hate on this banger! Real and true. It doesn't want me to go in here.
Use a drink. What do you say to some cheap mead?
Wait, do you have...
The brewmaster
Welcome. Allow me to recommend the Blackbriar mead.
You don't have...
Brew in all of Skyrim.
To be read immediately. Let me read this. Notice to all employees. It has come to my attention that the last batch of Blackbriar Private Reserve is simply our standard Blackbriar mead placed in incorrect bottles. We sold 6 clear. I'm not interested.
I'm selling the best mead in town for cheap. Interested?
Nobody's got a goldfish, huh? Nothing against it. I'm just confused and curious. The whole playlist has been a new experience. You like it? This is my bloop playlist. This is a song that plays when your eyes get blurry and you sleep for 24 hours and drop fish on the flow. Pretty awesome, huh?
Please help me.
Oh my
I'm
god.
going to lose my job at the Riften Fishery.
You're in the Riften Fishery, girl.
I don't think they're hiring.
Salmon. Bass. No goldfish, huh? Arp. Oh, hey, I put that there. I mean, I could have got carp from here the whole time, huh? Why is the fish so bloody? I don't think fish have that much blood usually, maybe, perhaps. Very interesting.
I really need your help. I don't want to
Girl.
lose my job at the fishery.
Oh, the book. Okay. Okay, this will surely help. Goldfish. Ah! Caught in temperate lakes. Uncommonly caught in fair weather. They're known for being kind. They would much rather talk things out than get into a fight. You need to woo them. You won't... Okay, you won't find them in a river. The next time you think you've glistened... You spotted a septum glistening at the bottom of a small pond. Okay. You were looking for a pond.
What am I going to do?
Fuck you! The little lizard guy who maybe possibly gave up his life for mud crab breeding. Perhaps woo them. Yeah, maybe I just haven't been wooing them properly. Hi, Icy. Pika Pee. Pika Pika Pee. Is this not a pond? This feels pondish. Okay. Here's what Monsley has to say. Oh my god, this song goes crazy. I have never heard this before. I think I'm gonna make my new mission to find all the people who wrote these freaky books and letters. Well, and do what? Like kill them? Or like you just want to know what they look like? Oh my god, cabbage! Anjali just wooed the fish. Okay, that's great. That means I should be able to catch it with ease, right? I think this is a lake. I feel like this isn't a pond. But to be honest with you, I'm not seeing anything that looks like a standalone pond. Like, these are hot springs. Fishing spots you visited have been correct. Just haven't caught a goldfish? Oh. So I'm just unlucky? Alright, well, I'll try wooing them, I guess. Knowing what they look like is probably easy. Just look up the people in the credits. Easy. Do you think most of the people in the credits have their picture online? Get more junk? No, it's okay. Monthly with them. Everybody give me your best wooing line to summon the goldfish. Oh, sorry, I was clicking. I was not pressing F. Okay. Ah! I didn't mean to do that. It's surely fine. Hey girl, you look like you haven't earned a single coin you've collected. Sheesh. Sigh. It didn't work. Wingfish isn't my expertise. Yeah, I guess it's not mine either. Hey, you're kinda cool? Is that your wooing technique? Is you trip over your sentence? We're cooked. We're never getting this goldfish. You guys are all letting me down. Thank you for the 10-year streak, though. Wooing a goldfish involves building trust through consistent positive interaction, primarily by hand feeding. Who is hand feeding their goldfish? Like, you got a goldfish bowl and you're just sticking your fingers in there? Like, holding out the fish flake for it? We're so cooked. I'm gonna use the booing technique on that one. You guys just want to see me fail, huh? Okay, we got literal garbage. Ugh. It's fine. I don't have any wooing techniques, man. Forever running solo. Surely barking is like enough. Goldfish bowls are too small for them? What about a really big one? Like a goldfish, globe. Perhaps. Who wants to bark first? Yippee! How long do you think we'll be here? Are we sure that the goldfish can come here? I'm not feeling good about this. Sleep emoji? Kyrie, are you going to sleep? Are you going to sleep? Can somebody tuck in Kyrie? Good night, good night, good night, good night. A troll. Oh my god. Put me at the person who gets wooed by barking. Well, hopefully the goldfish. They need tanks. What if the tank is shaped like a bowl? Would that be awesome? Do you think Best Buy carries goldfish? Let me check in the fridge. Can you eat goldfish? Like, are they edible or no? Man. Yes, there are goldfish here. This spot is out of fish. Sure, this is a Wendy's. Oh my goodness. Kind of cruel to eat goldfish. Well, I think if it's like your pet goldfish, that's pretty cruel, but I don't know. I feel like eating a goldfish isn't that much different from eating like a carp. Man, what I got a skull for? It's kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. What am I carrying? Too much. Wait, maybe I should put this on, huh? Banded iron armor. Maybe I should drop this. I feel like I've been carrying it for so long, though. Like, it would be silly to drop it now. We're not helping them by dumping a freaky skull on the dock. That wouldn't work on you guys. I guess I'm dropping that. Good night, sweet prince. I'll take 2 number 9s. What's the number 9? Is that your real Wendy's order? I like the like $5 combo where you get a chicken sandwich and chicken nuggets. That's pretty awesome. Why am I slow? What is slowing me? Did I toggle press caps? Oh, thank you. Wait, why is that an option? He's playing Skyrim like this. What the hell? Biggie bag? Oh, I like that one. Kind of an unfortunate name. It's the first part of Big Smoke's order. Big Smokes? Who is that? That sounds like a mafia boss. Okay, wait. There's another fishing spot somewhere. Like down, maybe. Down here? Ah, down here. Is this place out of fish? Oh, it's not. Surely there's a goldfish here. He kinda is. I don't know the lore. GTA 4? GTA 4? There's Wendy's in GTA 4? That's kind of awesome. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Brandon. This is so sad. This is so sad. I just want a goldfish. Yo! Thanks.
Hey, homies.
You lost your catch! Ah! Son Andre? Who is that? Also, hi, Ass. How's it going? We are not getting a house today. Well, if I get a goldfish, then surely we'll get a house. Guys, it's like you don't even believe me. It's like you don't even trust in me. It's a helicopter in the living room. Grandma, that's a ceiling fan. Man, shout out Victorious. What a good show. I'm an Andre enjoyer. Oh, man, I got 2 glassfish. Maybe in 5 streams? Try 10, guys! Guys, I'm so close to getting a house. Are you being patient? I'm gonna need you to sit down and be so patient. Eat your Wendy's. Eat your Wendy's and stop stop complaining. Don't be sad. I'm still your dad. I hope you're not. Okay, I think there's some lyrics in between. I'm still your dad, and I hope you're not broke. I don't think he just goes into that one. You don't even have a cheese wheel. What do you mean? I just got an Edgar cheese wheel. I think. Wait, did I eat it? I might have ate it, but I had one. Yeah, I didn't even check if this is still a good fishing spot. I don't know if there's bubbles or not. Ugh! 5 streams of pure fishing 100%? Nuh-uh. Behind you. Is there a goldfish behind me? Cheese? Okay. That is quite an unfortunate emote, huh? Do you think if I had a cheese wheel, the goldfish would come? Kinda wild to get 2 crabs and 0 goldfish. Do you think that means I'm extra lucky or extra unlucky? Yes, cheese wheel? Okay. Surely that will help. I'm not feeling super good. Okay, that's awesome. Goldfish aren't real, dog. They're like orichalcum. You said orichalcum is real. Me when I lie about being a metal worker. Okay, surely putting the skull in the river will pique the goldfish's interest. that weird that I can't pronounce.
Sorry,
You can't
I'm afraid
pronounce.
I can't help you much
Oh my
right
god,
now.
hi.
Currently in mourning.
You can't help me with my goldfish because you're mourning? Damn, everything sucks. Are you good at fishing in Stardew? I think so. Oh my god.
You look like you could use a drink. What do you say to
After
some
he
cheap
leaves, I'm gonna take this wheel. Okay, yeah, go away. Go away. Okay. I think we're good.
Cheese
Scare
wheel
them away.
awooga awooga growl
No.
foos
Oh my
row
god.
cheese.
Why are you growling? Just drop fireballs into the water? Oh, wait. Blast fishing, do it Clee style? Wait, are you cooking? Are you cooking right now? I don't think it's working. Okay, let's check this out. This will surely work. Okay. We're dropping it? Okay, that's like the bait, right? So we're baiting the goldfish with the cheese. No? Why are you saying no? You want okay. Go get it. Go get it if you want it so bad. Get me a goldfish while you're at it. Off topic from goldfish. Yes, flame can kill fish, so you could collect them. I assume that's like if you like physically see a fish though, right? I assume it's not just at the fishing spot. Oh my god, the wine bottles that I littered. I'm gonna litter some more. We hate the ocean. Is this the ocean? Maybe this is a lake. We hate the lake. Oh, I'm trying to clip it. Okay. Hee hee hee, there it goes. Got a bucket. Ah! It's fine. Save the cheese. Oh my god. Where's the cheese? I think Zora ate it already. I'm not seeing it. It's a lost cause. The cheese. Oh wait, I found it. What? He saw me grab the cheese under the water? Oh man.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim.
How did you know that I saw it? It was in the water. Ugh, bro. I'd rather die than go to prison. Man. Is he chasing? Oh my god, he's shooting. Surely he doesn't know how to swim. Clip, don't clip that, guys. I'm feeling like I'm at my lowest point. Can I be honest? I just want a goldfish. Can you low-key save me? I died for the cheese, but I don't know how to swim. Surely the guard can save you. I'm a little busy right now. When I go back to Riften, are they gonna keep fighting me? Are they gonna ask me for $5 again? It's cooked. Are you a goldfish? No. Are you? Wait, you looked kind of goldfish shaped. Where did you go? You are salmon. The air is comfortable here? Okay, well that's awesome. I'm so glad it's comfortable here. I won't annoy you too much for 5 gold. They might remember you. Oh, it's not fair weather. Goldfish only come out when it's sunny. Apparently. Who knows if that's real? Feeling lied to. Are you a goldfish? A catfish? That's kind of fun. How close are you to Windhelm? Well, there is a stable, but I think Windhelm is quite far away. Maybe. Wait, where is Windhelm? Oh, it's not quite far away. Like almost far away. What if I've been lying this whole time and there's no goldfish in Riften? Well, why would they ask me to do a fishing quest in Riften and give me, like, Riften fishing advice and there's not even a goldfish here? There's a pond that spawns goldfish easy? Alright. Take me away, river. We're going... We're going to Wilhelm. Ipond? Why is Ipond southwest? Ipond? I'm not even swimming the right way. Use the sables to fast travel. That's all the way up there. What if I want to go down a waterfall? I'm feeling soggy. I'm feeling soggy and like I just want to take the lazy river. Nice to meet you, I'm Dilsey. Aw, it's nice to meet you, Dilsey. I'm fast. Oh no, the stables are so out of the way compared to Windhelm. Listen, your argument is valid, but have you considered that I'm swimming for today? Am I heavy? I'm not heavy, I'm fine. Oh, I'm a little damaged though. Yeah. Yeah. You're the swimming champ. Thank you so much. Isn't there a way to swim like speedy style? This is so slow. Maybe that's just if you're an Argonian. Having considered chasing a goldfish fever dream. That's so real. Wait, is Windhelm where you can build your own house? Maybe this is fortuitous. We go there to get a goldfish, and then we also buy land, maybe. Maybe that's awesome. Yeah, I hope I like this community. Seems interesting. Okay, Michael Phelps. Does Michael Phelps still swim? I feel like he was... Why are they hurting you? What are you doing? Oh, you're a guard? Man, I don't want to kill a guard, but like... I also... don't want to deal with that either. Shetty has goldfish brain. She has a memory of one. Guys, are you being helpful? I feel like you're not. Well, Falkreath is where you build your own house. The Maya Ipond isn't exactly in Windhelm. It's southwest of it? That's good. That means we don't have to go all the way there. This looks pondish. Wait, where's Falkreath? Is that the deer? Where's the deer at? Oh, man, that's kind of far away. Okay, well, we'll go to Windhelm, and then surely we'll take the stable there. Can I share something with you? A link in chat? Sure. As long as it's not doxing information and it doesn't give anyone a virus. Are you much sure you put a mark on? Yeah, I'm pretty good at directions, No. Whoa! Whoa! Who are you? Are you a guard? It's not that I have something against killing guards, it's just that like I don't want to get in trouble. You're a red guard. Oh, maybe you're mad because I killed one of your people. Ah! I haven't saved in so long. Hi Mick, no way she sees this. She's gonna see that I'm on a goldfish quest and be like, oh hell nah. I cannot watch this. Ah! They're just treating you like you treated the goldfish earlier with your fire because you're turning into one? I didn't even get a goldfish. I didn't treat a goldfish like anything. Listen, it's like I said, I don't really kill people unless they're mean to me. Wow, your healing is really good, huh? Oops. It is. Damn, she's ugly. Okay, well, I think most people in this game are a little ugly, unfortunately. And there's just nothing we can do about that. I need more, healing stuffs. Oh, you're a guard? I feel like if I kill a guard, then, like, I'm cooked. You try offering her cabbage? Ah! No, I did not. Did she die? She didn't die. I don't see her, though. What are the consequences to killing a guard? Like, when I go back to the city, are they gonna hate me really bad? Do you kill a guard? But then it's gonna be so unfortunate every time I go into a city. Nothing. I think you'll be fine. Guys, I was so far. I was like swimming around here. Is this before I stole the cheese back? Oh, it is. Well, I could just not get in trouble whatsoever. Okay. Okay, I guess I'm gonna take the... I'm gonna take the...
You look like you could use a drink.
The horse system.
Some cheap mead.
No thank you. Yeah, keep that cheese. I will be keeping this cheese. Surely this is the best outcome.
Who are you to judge
Get
me?
out of my way, girl. TTS duration invalid. Sigh, I'll put it through. I'll put it through just for you. Sound alerts. Take the horse to Old Town Road. Sheesh. I like that song. Not like a huge amount, but like a good amount. Alright, listen up.
Yo, what up, Brotato Chips? Name's Jeremy, my big home slice Peter St. Paul. His handle is SpittinBricks99. Sent me here. I heard there was some high quality Skyrim content and holy motherfucking shit, this looks like some ass gameplay. I am hiring assassins to kill Peter St. Paul.
That's
SpittinBricks 99 inches RN. Haha, got you were doing pretty swell, champion. I am gonna hang around for a bit, but don't start dying too much or my quirky ADHD will get bored. Haha, that's just a joke. UNLESSSS.
UNLESSSS. Man, frick you. Frick you. Where am I going? Thanks for that. That was so awesome. I've been looking, but I do want to be here near the end. How long do you plan on streaming? Oh. I don't know. It's already 6 o'clock. Maybe another hour. Perhaps, maybe. Hold on. I gotta find the exit that's like by the horse carriages. This one. And everyone in this game is a hater. And everyone outside of this game is also a hater. We're just full of haters, I guess. It's okay to say it's your favorite. It's really catchy, but I think I prefer... I forgot the name. I feel like Lil Nas does not have that many songs. But they're all bangers. Are you playing all of Amori again? That's such a good question. Oh my god, carrots. Probably not for a while. We gotta let it simmer, you know? We gotta let it have some time to rest. So probably at least a few months. Thank you and King Kong Bundy. I don't even know who that is. Suck an egg, Dilsey. We're beefing. This isn't the eye pond. No, look, I'm gonna take a horse to. Oh wait, I can steal a horse. Well, I was gonna take this service to Windhelm and then walk there. It's like probably around here.
Need a ride?
But do you think stealing is better?
I can take you to any of the hold capitals. Where do you want to go?
How much is it? 20 gold. Yeah, steal. I think.
Hi, my name is Bilzy and I smell like poots.
What? Okay, that's crazy. Did this guy just give me shoes?
No time to talk. Snitch or double cross me and I'll kill you. I mean it.
Carriage is the safest way to travel.
Girl, what did you even give me? I don't want your junk. Was it this? I don't really know what he gave me. I wasn't looking. You still have to show us your combat stats and settings? In settings? What are you wanting? Gameplay? Adept. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted to see? What just happened? I don't know. I'm debating stealing a horse, so this guy just gives me more stuff.
Need something?
Are the guards chasing him? Something gonna come from the item?
Someone run past just now.
I kind of like want to screw that guy over, but something about lie in parentheses is just so tasty.
Well, there you are.
Settings, general settings, combat. What are you wanting? This? Is this what you want? 0 bunnies slaughtered. We're keeping it that way. Okay, I need people to stop freaking it so I can steal this horse. Get out of here, this place is cursed. Wow, it's kind of awesome. Okay, goodbye. The horseshoes look freaky. Why are his hooves flat? That's not good. People killed 34. I hope all 34 were mean to you. That is so messed up. I think most of them were. I really only kill people if they're causing problems or if they're mean to me. Why are there still NPCs? Why haven't you killed them all? Well, I'm not just like killing everyone. You were all goldfish sorters. That's so real. Wait, where's the road? I mean, that's so far away, huh? Surely I can just walk through this. No problem.
Now ain't this a surprise?
My horse can jump. That's nice. You said you only kill mean people. Then they deserve death. Real, real, real. I'm so glad we understand each other. Tips, I've never seen a horse before. Well, like... it's not that bad. The hooves are just funny. His cheeks are a little funky too, but... I don't know. We've all been there, I guess. I think the pond is that body of water left of your marker, but I'm not 100. That's good. Well, surely once I'm close, it'll be pretty obvious. Surely it's at least in the general direction. Man, Man, this horse is kind of slow, huh? Should have stole a faster one. Honk honk. Honk honk indeed. Is a wolf chasing me? Surely that's not my business. Horses only have 110 stamina? You probably have more than that? Oh. Wish you could see. I guess we're just going off of vibes. Do I have to follow the road? Can I just kind of like jump off the mountain? Oh! Okay. I don't know why there was a wolf there, but I think I hurted him a little. Oh my god. Oh my god, excuse me. Sorry, this song is so funny. Makes you just save before you end up fucking flying off. Okay, I'm saved. Are you happy? Me and my horse are fine. There's horse combat, just not with magic. Horse combat? Oh, can I pull out my bow? Oh, I can pull out my fishing rod. That's important. It's good to know. Oh. Oh, no, get back on, get back on. Okay. Wait. I have to steal it again? Who's watching me steal this horse? The wolves? Oh, man. It seems so... like... It seems so like you to see something shiny and have your horse fall on a banana peel. That is so messed up of you. Okay, I don't want to accidentally hurt this horse. Plus, after NPCs I have to go. Listen, only NPCs that are mean to me. So maybe you do gotta go. Hey, literally, what enemy are we looking at? You don't go anywhere, please. Horse combat is genuinely magic itself. I love horse magic when the horse is magic. What does that even mean? Hi, hero. Just get on the horse, girl. But isn't it like if somebody sees you, then you're cooked? Hey, I lost my horse. Oh my god, come back. Gonna run away or trip and die? It's not gonna trip and die. Detected. Man, I just don't want bounties, you know? I don't want the guards to be mad at me. I really don't like when people are mad at me. I used to wonder what friendship could be. Oh my god. Is that what you meant by horse magic? That's kind of awesome. Ah! Shout out to Fluttershy. Ah! Man. Okay, whatever. This is so sad. I'm gonna go over the last thing that being in a volcano. Like, it's fine if it does. It's not ideal, but it has free will. Girl. Okay. Does anyone know where my horse is? This song fits the vibe so well. Horse to turn into a volcano. Riding on my horse right after a beer. Oh, you're so right. Surely that will help. Okay. Look, we're volcano-less. We've got witnesses, but I guess it's fine. Where's the little goldfish girl and her horse doing the dumbest shit I've ever seen? Okay, well, that's... Have you considered that that's kind of mean? Have you considered that whimsical little goldfish girl is trying her best? It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna go to the pond, we're gonna get a goldfish, and then we're gonna figure out a house situation. What is this? Oh, that's a rock. Thought it was a backpack. Consider that you will forget it in 15 minutes. That's kind of messed up. Man, I keep thinking F is for pick up, but F is for get off your horse, I guess. Where's the volcano? I'm putting the horse there myself. Screw you guys. She's the Disney princess with the horse companion who's more competent than her? Literally, when has that ever happened? I feel like all of the Disney princesses are pretty competent, right? At least the ones with horses. Because you got like Rapunzel, and you got Merida, and you got Mulan. They all have horses, and I feel like they know what they're doing. Oh my god! Planch? Who let planch in? I did not planch yesterday. I thought about it, and then I said, maybe later. 15 minutes, sheesh! What a good mod. Thank goodness someone's here to keep things in line. Is this the right way? Oh my god, I'm close, I think. Have you ever seen the Disney movie X Cinnamon Fox X? No, is it good? Chopped! Girl, I am not chopped. Look. Look, I'm at the pond. Sheesh. Have we forgotten all the people she's killed looking for a goldfish? Oh, the water is freezing cold. Oh my god. Is my horse chill? Ah, yeah, he looks chill. Okay, I'm looking for a goldfish. Surely being cold is fine if there's a goldfish. Are you a goldfish? Oh my god, those are goldfish shaped. Yes! God, I'm so good at this game. Alright. Now where's my horse? What is that? The lantern. Maybe that's not my business. Has anyone seen my horse? Oh man, maybe I don't need it. Okay. Get this out of here. Now we're going to Falkreath. Hope you like your nipple seats frozen. I do actually. So bleh. The horse is underwater? Is that real? I don't think the horse went in the water. The fuck is a horse? Kinda real. Okay, where am I going? I'm going this way. I mean, it sure would be nice if I still had a horse. I think there's a stable nearby. Can I ride this? I don't think so. What are you? I don't like that. Oh. You have bees? Darn it. Windtown? I don't want to go to Windtown. Did you save? No, I saved over here. Why do I have enemies? Man, it's so far away. Okay, it's fine. Bing bong, you're doing a bad job. Man, I'm hearing a lot of yappers in chat, but I don't think you guys could do any better. Oh. I'm truly doing probably the best that could be done. So I just like don't want to hear it. That's true, I do have the horse at least. I won't lose it this time. What? See, it's like fortuitous, right? Because now I don't have to travel all the way to Falkreath on foot. I already killed Ender Dragon by now. Yeah, nice try, buddy, but you probably aren't even playing on survival. What is your current goal right now, Fast? My goal is to get a goldfish from the pond so that I can finish the fishing quest. And then I want to go to an area where I can buy land to purchase a house. Or buy land to build a house. I want to build my own house. I think that would be awesome. Oh, excuse me. Actually, who has a horse right now? Yeah, that's what I thought. So you best just shut your trap. Oh. Did that hurt you? Okay. I didn't know horses could growl like that. Surely she's fine. You bought at the land store. Oh, wow. Going to the land store, foe, today. The land store hate to see me come in. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there, and everything will be so awesome, and I'm not gonna lose my horse. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Okay, swag. Look, we're saving. We're saving. Everything's awesome. Move that. And then... Oh, we don't really need a sneak. And we're gonna jump in and grab a goldfish. Oh, we're ignoring the crab. We're not considering the crab. The air is treacherously cold. Damn, that sucks, huh? Wait, I'm low-key dying a lot, huh? Feeling treacherous for today. Alright, where's my horse? Cause that... Crabs? Okay, where's my horse, though? This playlist is so good! Oh my goodness, it is so good. Loki Zora contributed to most of it. Perhaps I need it for my Lies of PP stream. It should be on my Spotify profile, but if not, I can send it to you. Guys, I lost my horse for real. I'll mud crab, no horse. Did you lose your horse again? You're asking a lot of questions that really don't need to be asked. Guess you'll just have to redo it. I did say really recently, like, could redo it. I don't know how to, like, leave my horse to go swimming for a goldfish without it leaving. Third person scrolled out covers a lot of area. Where my horse at? Mod Dilsies into this game. What are they gonna do? Are you gonna sell me land? Oh man. It's fine. I didn't need a horse anyway. Maybe this tower has a horse. Okay, we're going to kill Ender Dragon. Oh, that's kind of awesome. I think I need to do the main quest to like unlock the dragon stuff. Y'all got a horse in here. The stolen horse, to be fair. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing. Like I won't be caught with a stolen horse. You know, I'm really covering my tracks pretty good. Never should have come here. I'm not trying to.
That's what you want? Huh?
Silver Hand? What kind of name is that? Who are you? Why are you ugly? Wait, I'm cold. You can't be that mean to me. Oh, charged skewer hide. Cure poison. Vampire dust. You got a lot of stuff. I'm gonna eat the skewer hide. It's an ingredient? What is? Sheesh. Do you know who else has a lot of stuff? Dilsey. Dilsey. Do you even like regular show? I feel like that doesn't sound like your cup of tea. Johnny Silverhand? Who is that? Cradle Crush Rock. Me when I crush the cradle. Am I warming up? Is this Giants? Damn, who made this playlist? Guys, you gotta stop glazing my playlist. Mammoth cheese. Are you mad at me? I took your cheese, Loki. Are you mad at me or are we chill? I think we're chill. You like regular show? Used to be obsessed? Really? Oh. I thought it wouldn't be. I thought it wouldn't be your type of humor. Who's your favorite character? Head empty. More cheese. Yeah, it was all worth it because you got more cheese. Is it an ingredient or food? Oh, ew. That looks disgusting. Oh well, glad to have it, I guess. I have to go around an entire mountain, huh? Maybe I can go low-key over it. Feel warmer but still chilly. I think I'm gonna be too chilly if I go up the mountain. I think I need to go literally the opposite direction to go around. Remember when Regular Show had the episode where the infamous Donkey Kong cheater Billy Mitchell depicted as the floating head who held the record on the arcade machine? His name was GBF, Garrett Bobby Ferguson, Giant Beardo Face. I do not remember that episode. I didn't really watch very much Regular Show. It was one of those things where it's like, if it was on, I would watch it, but I wouldn't turn it on, you know? Let's fly over the mountain. Let me bend the wheel of a broomstick real quick. Where Giant Nacho Night is ruined? Well, they didn't seem upset. I think if they cared, they would have aggroed me, and they didn't. So that's on them if you think about it. I miss my horse. Billy Mitchell tried to sue Regular Show for that? What, for like defamation of character? I think that's kind of awesome. Melted cheese would go hard right now. Get some melted cheese. Follow your nacho dreams. Nobody's stopping you. Oh my god, mushroom. Sheesh. Judge was like, Garrett Bobby Ferguson is a giant floating head with tiny arms and legs protruding from his head. Like the plaintiff. That's you as a lawyer. Might chill. Ah!
This here's a toll road, see?
200 gold! You're dead, buddy.
200 gold if you want to use our road. Wise move. Now get
Wait.
out of here, you goat licker, before I decide that toll's going up.
Wait, did I get... I tried to intimidate. Give me my gold back. Do you have it? You don't even have it. You have 6. What the hell? That is not what I meant to click on. Are your friends coming? I don't have time for this. Go fold so easily. I was trying to click intimidate. Oh my god, Tundra Cotton. Ugh. Whatever. I'll surely just steal stuff and sell it and get 200 gold back. Maybe you tried and it didn't intimidate? But why would it make you just like pay it? I feel like it would just put you into a fight, no? And there's wolves here. Oh, they ran away. It's chill. There was a YouTuber who tried to steal. I remember watching something about it. Like someone who wasn't even relevant. Successfully sued the house and restored. Later winning a 2025 defamation case against YouTuber Carl Jobst. What? That was recent, huh? Interesting. I don't know. I don't really know anything about like high score records drama. I know there's like Drama a Dream, and it was like his speedrun was invalid or something. But I think that's the only bit of drama I've ever received even a little bit. I'm not going the right way. I'm going this way. I think I need to be like off this mountain a little bit, low key. Thank you for the 4-hour package. So nice of you. Oh, it's chilly. Is this cooked? Is this the Guardian Stones that I went to, like, at the beginning of the game? Huh. I guess not, because it's not marked. What is that? Randomly popped up on your YouTube feed and reminded you of the regular show episode, so you watched it. Really interested in the scene. Are you chill? Objection, Your Honor. My client was simply looking for a goldfish for 2 hours. That's kind of chill. Is him saying that's close enough? Does that mean?
Warning you. Back off.
Does that mean he wants to kill me?
I'm warning you. Back off.
You're being mean. Wait, don't hide. Get back here. Can you just like hold a little more still? Okay, thank you. Oh, you have a perch on you. That's nice. Swag! We need the SpongeBob 1000 years later transition. 1000 years later, still no house. Yo! It's just a little homeless right now. It's fine. He wins you like 3 times and he's done being mean, huh? Listen, I'm trying to come to this stone to receive a blessing, and he's telling me I can't. That's rude as hell. This is public. My tax dollars probably went to this stone, so he has no right to tell me to back off. That is completely on him. Reanimate nearby corpses? I don't think I'm really interested in necromancy, but I guess if I don't currently... Oh, that gets rid of the thief stone. I should not have done that. It's chill, though. It's chill. We can get the thief blessing again later. There's a book here. Strong spell. Oh, for real? That is so messed up. Guys, did you know taxes are due next month? You should start those if you haven't. Where's the book at? Anyway, I did pay taxes last year. In case you were wondering. You're broke and have no house? What tax laws are you talking about? Well, I paid $200 to those, like, bandit people. So that's gotta count for something. I don't think you guys are being very nice to me right now. Oh, never mind, sorry. I don't think you have it since you're on special edition. Oh. I'm getting scammed, huh? Why would special edition be like, you can't have a cool book? It's kind of messed up. Oh my god, please don't come over here. Just a bandit that you killed immediately? Yeah, and I didn't even get my money back. Can you believe this shit, Cinnamoroll? No money on these wolves. Okay. Everything's fine. Dark Souls font, taxes evaded. Sheesh. Yeah, haha. Who would ever do that? Damn, girl, you're looking like you don't pay taxes. Are you feeling alright? That was only 1 year that I didn't do it. My goodness. Oh my god! A horse? This is so fortuitous. Oh my god. Rest in peace. I'm taking your horse. It doesn't even have the steel thing. This is just like mine now. This game is so awesome. Ritual stone you picked up. There's no limit to how many people you can resurrect. If there's 100 bodies, you can raise them all. That's cool and all. I feel like I'm more of a thief, though. Excuse me. But maybe I should see what this is. Is this the... Isn't there a quest where you have to, like, burn this place down? Oh my god, excuse me. Anyway, that's a later problem. You got pizza. Amelia slice of the pepperoni ripped off. Yo! Thank you so much. Is it thin crust or thick crust? And then follow-up question, is it square cut or triangle cut? I think this all determines if I want it or not. The burning down is in Riften. There's a quest here as well. Both are part of the Thieves Guild. Oh, I thought... Who are you? Assassin? I'm on a horse, bro. You need to calm down a little bit. Oh my god, my horse is so good at climbing. Is this the right way? Oh, it is. That needs to be a little south. Maybe, perhaps. Which you prefer? I need to know whether or not to save this box shut. I like thick crust. I personally think the crust is the best part of a pizza. I like really big, like, breadstick type crust. That is my preferred. But, like, I'll still eat thin crust. And, I don't know if they make square cut thick crust pizza. That would be kind of weird. So I'm a triangle enjoyer. Triangle with big fluffy crust. But if it is thin crust, then I also prefer a triangle. I don't know, I just hate to get a little square piece of pizza from the center and there's no crust. It's quite sad. You're not loyal to your horses, huh? Okay, well the other horse wasn't even mine. Did you save? Oh my god, they're so smart. Yeah, we are so saved and so awesome. You still need to be level 10 for that. Not 5k. I have 5k. We're getting there. Yikes. Thick crust triangle slices? Okay, that's pretty awesome. I'll take 2, please. What if it's hexagon cut? Hi, Azu. Yeah, I don't know what a hexagon is, so... I guess we'll just have to find out. I like your cut, G. Ah! Hey, thanks. Is this the stone with the thief? That'd be kind of awesome. Bam. Oh my god, why is there a bandit? Why are you calling me a hero? I literally have killed like 40 people. Oh my god, the bandit zone! Sheesh! It's the shaping stones are. Wait. You're so right. This is a Danganronpa reference. Boss orders pizza, no cheese, no sauce, no toppings. Okay, well that's not like ideal, but I would still eat. I would still eat just like a big circle piece of bread. I don't know, I really like bread. I'm a bread type of girly. That's why I don't have abs yet. Damn Skyrim, what side are you on? Of like the war? I don't really care about them. Like I'm just kind of doing my own thing. I think the Imperials and the Nords, they can all suck eggs. Why have I stopped eating cinnamon sticks? I don't know. I know sometimes if like your Twitch is muted, it won't count you as a viewer, but I'm reckoning if you can hear me, that's probably not the issue. Oh my god. Got so many haters. How could you ask me one up on the shape identification? He didn't. I was stuck on that for so long. What do you mean? Sigh. Can't wait to play Danganronpa 3 tomorrow. I hope there's more geometry questions. You might peek a pee. Okay, let me drink water first. Peek a pee. Vanilla with mods? Oh, this is vanilla. I don't think I'm going the right way. Oh, I still only have one lockpick. I gotta fix that, huh? 12 iron. Or 12 gold, sorry, not iron. 12 gold and an iron helmet that I'm not taking. Is Danganronpa V3 tomorrow? It is! It is! I'm starting it tomorrow for the first time. Oh wait, it's just around this mountain. We're so close. One time I took my sister to McDonald's, and these three guys kept on calling out Skyrim is for the nerds. Were you talking about Skyrim, or were they just like saying that for fun? She got pretty annoyed. Womp womp. You should have beat them up. What is this? Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm going around. Surely it's fine. Get the Dagath your follower mod so Noah can borrow a sweet roll? You sure are saying words. Oh my god, an egg? This is hype! Yeah! We are so hype right now. Wait. I want this egg. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Are you running away right now? Girl. Okay. Okay, we're so close, surely. You're playing on your fridge? I am. Well, not my fridge. I don't have a Samsung fridge. But I'm playing on the Best Buy fridge. Oh, today. This is my Best Buy stream. Oh my god, we're finally here. I just need to get my levels up and my money up. And then everything will be so awesome. Do you think my horse runs away if I get off of him? Surely not. We finished your homework? What have I told you I haven't started? Oh my god, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We all gotta help Audrey with with her homework. Everyone put your thinking caps on. Wait, am I in the city? Oh, I guess I'm kind of not. Okay, well... No, that is an insult to the people not native to Morrowind. Like a Skyrim slur? I see. If it was Tuesday, you'd be playing Omori? Oh wait, it's not Tuesday. You're so right. Well, okay, I guess you can put your thinking caps away. Audrey's on her own. It's a tomorrow issue. Okay, the boss can do the homework early for today. Well, that's so nice. Okay. I don't know what to do here. I assume I gotta talk to the Jarl. Isn't the Jarl like Loki a little guy? Or is that a different city? It's Monday for you? Nuh-uh. I'm in the future. It's Tuesday for me. My little sister stole my cake. Yo. That's messed up. Like, did she eat it? Or did she just take it? Like, could you beat her up and get your cake back or no? Let's change time zones. Oh yeah. I'm in a Best Buy in the middle of Europe though today. Are there Best Buys in Europe? Does anybody know? Best Buy fridge says it's Tuesday. Ah, so real, so true. Okay, surely Dead Man's Drink is like an inn as well.
Come on in.
Hello.
I escaped fighting in Cyrodiil, only to have it track me down again in Skyrim.
Damn, that's crazy, shoddy. I do not care.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
My little sister ate it and she's larger than me by a lot and would win in a fight. Oh, Shrimp. Shrimp, you gotta train. You gotta train to beat up your sister, I think. What kind of cake was it? That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. If somebody stole my cake, I think I would cry. No Best Buys in Europe? Okay, well then I guess I'm just in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Ugh. Sorry. I've never played Skyrim before. Can you explain the game to me, Nerdaboji? Yeah, so you wake up and you are on trial for trying to cross the border or something. And like people are getting beheaded and like you're next in line to get beheaded. But then a dragon comes out of nowhere and distracts everyone. And so you escape. And then you gotta like try to find out why the dragons are coming back. And like you have dragon powers, like you're the dragonborn. But I'm not really doing the quests with the dragons right now. I'm just kind of looking to fish and get a cool house. Oh my god, hi.
You want a drink?
No, why did you run over to me to say that? Oh, man. I'll beat your sister up and eat your cake too. What the hell? Not upset about this, she deserves it. What about the cake though? Dating someone with murder? Well, you don't have to murder. I just happen to have murdered people.
Your adventures, but I can't just leave.
Girl, you
Varga on
just
your
met
own.
me. But look, I killed 37 people. Unfortunately, I killed almost 30 animals. That's kind of messed up. But yeah, it's kind of awesome. You're buying fish? No, I'm not buying fish. I'm fishing fish. Oh. I just stole that cheese wheel in front of everyone. Can I use this? You get out of here. You can only talk to the Jarl at level 10. Okay, surely if I make some random potions, then my level will go up. Yo! Thanks for the bonk, I guess. Why is she a baddie? Is she a baddie? I think that's true. 37 of them are Mori spoiler. That is messed up. I would never do that. Except for the one time that I did that. But in general, I wouldn't. Big L, guys. Are you being nice to me? I'm not feeling like you're being nice to me. Oh, do these not go together? Hold on. Everyone be quiet. I'm making potions for today. Aw, man. Okay, hold on. What's the... It was... Cotton and what for getting more money? The 2 times skull emoji. 2 times skull emoji. I'm not feeling like you're being nice to me. He's gonna go back to sleep and 40 NPCs are gonna die. Guys, that is just not my problem. I'm doing the best that I can. Do you know how hard I work? Do you know how long that goldfish took? You see this goldfish? You see this thing? You know how long it took to get... Wait, I've been using stuff as ingredients. Is that fine? Do I need to give the fish to the person, or did he just want me to catch them? That might be a bit of an issue. Oh. It's okay. Glass fish are easy. It's fine. You should eat the fish. Well, listen, maybe later. Maybe later. I'm so busy doing such important things. You have no idea. Sheesh. We have a house yet. It's cold outside. What do you mean we? After all that, you think you're allowed in my house? That's crazy. Man. How long did the goldfish take to get? It took forever. Cause like, I was fishing in a lake, and apparently they were supposed to be able to like spawn in the lake, but it just wasn't. So I had to travel like forever across the country to find a pond. And then I lost my horse like 2 times, but it's fine. Can I be allowed in your house? Yeah, you can be allowed in my house. I don't think you said anything bullyish today. At least not that bad. Enjoy that fish. Swimming water doesn't deserve your goldfish after all the work you did. That's true. I should put this in a potion out of spite. Oh my god, my... See, it's working, it's working. The level is surely going up. Oh, man. I said bullies you for Mick, and that was it, I think. That's like for Mick, though. It's not for you, so... For this reason, Sharks, I think shrimp is allowed in my house. Nobody else, though. Everyone else, Loki, sucks eggs. You've been so mean to me.
Ghost is responsible for the cemetery here in Falkreath. I take care of the shrine.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Is there a cooking pot? There's gotta be a cooking pot somewhere. Oh my god, sorry. I guess not. No Dilsey allowed? Dilsey's been mean to me. Why would Dilsey be allowed? No. No. Every time you sleep, your level decreases by 10%? Huh? I didn't know that. Well, shoot. Surely Dilsey would be allowed. What are we talking about? Guys. I don't know about that. Listen, you guys can, like, sit outside of my house. You just can't go inside. Only people who are nice to me are allowed in my house. Well, if my level decreases... Should I just, like, low-key never sleep? I'm a bit concerned. I've got a fever and the only prescription is more Dilsey. The people like Dilsey? Well, can't we like Dilsey outside of my house? What if Shrimp looks at you and is like, can I have friends over, please? Okay, well... Wow. Man, I don't know. I'll think about it. If we bought pink shit, can you tell me a single pink item in Skyrim?
Hey, watch it.
This game is like depressing colors. If you can find a pink thing, I guess you can come in. Ah! Sorry, I tapped out on accident. Can I sit outside? Like 4 miles? Oh my god. You get put on a list and you have to tell people that you've been mean to me. And you're not allowed within like 2 feet of my front door. You can sit in the driveway though. Then come over, I'll bring you a cheese wheel. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Flowers? Pink flowers? Please. Okay, never mind. I'm changing the rules. Anyone's allowed inside, but you have to bring pink cheese as like the tax. How do I grind levels? I don't really know what I'm doing here. Should I just go like kill some stuff? Could I pickpocket?
Staying safe, I hope.
I'm staying so safe. Can you turn around? Man. Yeah, I got nothing. So much long taffy? Reddit said long taffy is pink. Ew. Ew! Maybe. Pink cheese sounds toxic. It's like Sheriff of Nottingham. Pink cheese is an illegal good. Man. Is this church? Okay, maybe going to church will level me up. Cranberry goat cheese? Is that good? Is that good? That sounds not super good. A random homeless fox rolls up to town to bring chaos. Nuh-uh. This costs money. Maybe he'll give me a quest.
Ghost is my assistant. May the spirit of Lavinia.
Going to church will level me up is so funny. Surely the gods are taking pity on me. I'm so homeless right now. You have a new cake now? What? You just spawned another one in? Well, sheesh. Can I have one too? Can you do the first 10 times? Oh, wowie. We're really never gonna live that one down, huh? Yeah, we can, surely. He does have a quest? He does? I'm gonna bring you a troll school. I don't want that. Ugh. Whatever, joke's on you guys. An offering of 100 gold. Wait, is this... Ah! Is it... Would this blessing overwrite the thief stone? Or is it like a separate one? I'm gonna bring you a long Dwemer strut. Can that be used to help build the house? Is a bucket good enough for a housewarming gift? No! No, shrines are separate. It can cure diseases. Okay. I'll take this. What does this do? Increases your health by 25 points. That's kind of awesome, maybe. Do you have a quest? Oh my god, I have cabbages to sell!
Honest pay for honest work.
Yeah, honest work. That's what I'm doing.
Honest pay for honest work.
Yeah. Who died?
Our daughter.
Oh,
Our little
damn.
girl. She hadn't seen her 10th.
What did you say here? Hostile message blocked. Oh. Is that hostile? That's Interesting. Have you installed the mod that makes all voices Pinkie Pie yet? Or is that next stream? If you genuinely have a mod for that, I'll download it. How did she die?
He ripped her apart.
He.
Like a saber cat tears a deer.
He sounds like
He
an
barely
Over
found
the
enough
Garden
of
Wall
it to bury.
character. Is anyone else here in that?
Yes, and I couldn't tell you why.
Hmm.
My wife and I think there's some dark
Premium
magic
Bobs
at work.
only? I'm a prom
Arcade's
bob.
influence is strong here,
Shout
and I
out to
like
my
stuff
prom
this way.
bobs. Who did this?
Sinding came through as a
He
little boy.
does?
Seemed like a decent man. He's stewing in the pit while we figure out what to do with him. If you've
I
got
don't know the name of the
stomach to look
character,
at him,
but I can imagine him in my
drive
head.
a man to do something like
I
this.
gotta sleep. Good night, Karen. I hope you have such good sleep. Alright.
I just don't understand what kind of man does that.
Alright, surely this will level me up. Speak to Syndig. Okay. We're speaking. I like this song. I'm gonna take a nap to this song. Sheesh. Valkyrie is known to be a place of death. Their cemetery is their main tourist attraction. Oh my god. We're gonna live in the goth baddie town, perhaps? That's kind of awesome. Alright. Why'd you do it?
Destroyed by a dragon.
Come here.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
Why are you shirtless, by the way? Why is your jail cell so wet? Are you a werewolf? I feel like I kind of remember a
Come
werewolf,
to gawk at the monster.
but I don't know for sure.
Believe me, it wasn't anything I ever intended to do. I just lost control.
Stinky
Tried
Bob.
to tell them, but none
Where's
of them
his
believed
shirt,
me.
though?
It's all on account of this blasted
Lie
ring.
better? Oh my god, lying.
This is the ring of Hersing. I was told it could let me control
You're a
my
werewolf? Ow, ow,
transformations.
ow. Have you
Perhaps
seen
it
that
used to.
TikTok? I have not seen that
But I'll never
TikTok. I
know.
thought you were just saying that for fun.
Hersing didn't care for my taking it and threw a curse on it. I put it on, and the changes just came to me. I could never guess when. It would be at the worst times.
No shoes either.
With the little girl. I don't suppose there's a point in keeping the secret if I'm going to die in here anyway.
I'm
sure
the
you've heard
hybrid.
of
I
many
cannot
who
be
ship the
killed.
beasts under
Where's
the
that
influence of the
from?
moons. I am one
Is
of them,
this a song by
A
Castletown by Deltarune?
It's my
It
secret.
is.
and my shame. That's why I wanted the ring. It was said to give men like me control.
The Vampire Diaries?
I may look like a man, but I
Oh.
still feel the animal inside of me as
Yeah,
strong
I
as
still
ever.
haven't seen that one. Animal inside of me.
Do you not know the Daedric Lord of the Hunt? He revels in the chase, and also gave the
Can
gift
I be a
of
werewolf?
lycanthropy to mortals.
I don't know if I want to be a
Powerful
werewolf.
force not to be crossed, as I learned too late.
I guess it depends on how ugly they are.
I've been looking for a way to appease Hersing.
I
There's a
DM'd you
certain
the
beast
good
in these
Cinna.
islands.
Cinnabar Islands. Oh my god, I think
majestic.
you
It's said that
deals with
Hersing will
the...
commune with whoever slays it. I tracked it into these woods, but then I had my
It kills me.
accident with the child.
Hold on. I'll click
I
on the
want to
link
beg
after
his
this guy
forgiveness.
stops yapping.
Give him back
Vampires
the
are so
ring.
much better. The vampires
While
in
I'm
this
stuck in
game
here,
are
the
really
beast
ugly,
wanders
though.
free.
Aren't they? I kind of forgot.
Oh my.
I low-key
You would do
forgot,
this
but
for
I'm
me?
pretty sure they're ugly.
Here, take it.
And I just
don't
cannot
want
handle
anything to
being
do with this
ugly.
wretched thing anymore.
Vampire
Seek
Lord's
out the
ugly
beast.
AF? Okay, then
He
I'm
wanders
not
these
being
woods.
ugly. Sorry.
Bring him down, and
I'm sorry.
the Lord of the Hunt should smile on you. I wish you luck, but you leave here while I still have my skin. Should our paths cross again, I will remember your kindness.
Oh my god, I'm being so kind.
Farewell.
There's a hot lady with the vampires, I think. Wait, I was talking about her earlier. I was like, oh my god, I like the lioness girl. She's so pretty. And I think there is also a girl with the, like, Dawn Guard that I really liked. I don't remember her name, though. Okay, you guys want to see what Adri put in the chat? Hold on, I gotta find it. on. Are you watching? Okay, wait, we're pausing this. Werewolf acting challenge. If it loads, we might be cooked. Okay, listen up.
Okay. Scram! Get out of here! Are you werewolf?
Does that answer your question?
You're so hot. Marry me.
Sorry, sweet cheeks. I only marry werewolf chicks, and you're not even.
Ow, ow, ow! Wolf emoji.
Wait,
What?
Never judge a book by its cover.
What are we watch?
Now shut up and let's make some puppies, you rascal.
This is more brain rot than I was hoping. Well, that was something. That's nice, sweetie. Serena? Okay, we'll look for Serena. But not this time. This time we're looking for a house. The funny part is, are you a werewolf? Really? I liked the wolf emoji, I think. That was kind of awesome.
Everything all right?
You know, I have my eyes and ears on Twitch now. You didn't like it? Kill the great beast. Why did he jump up there like that? Interesting. Sorry, I'll do better next time. I can't believe you didn't like Dracula Flow, but you like that. I mean, where are the standards? They're gone. Remember that 10-year background music back on? Oh my god, thank you so much. It's lucky just auto-playing. So if something weird comes on, that is not my fault. Oh man, it's way out of the city, huh? You didn't like Dracula Flow? It's so over. Yeah, she didn't. I was at the hot pot appointment with her. And I turned it on and she said, I've seen enough. Sigh. I watched that freshman year of high school. I'm too mature for Dracula Flow now. I'm in college. Sigh. Wait, you watched the werewolf thing freshman year of college?
You were talking to that murderous
What the?
savage, and then he escaped. What are you hiding?
Girl, don't at me. Probably because you brought carrots and nobody thought you. That's so messed up. Carrots are valid at the hot pot appointment. Carrots are still awesome. Thank you. Goodness. Goodness. We love carrots in this household. Man, I don't really know how to get over there. Okay. There's just mountains everywhere, huh? My friend showed it to me? I see how it is. Is it okay to request a song only if you sing it? That's so real. You have to actually type all the lyrics in chat. Yummers! You can't do the points and laugh emoji and then do yummers commands. Like back to back. I feel like we're getting some mixed messages here. Nothing happens. You look so silly right now. Oh, should there be a yummers command? I don't really know what that would be. It'd be like the tongue emoji. I don't have enough channel points to sing it all. It's so over. Why am I bleeding? Huh? Am I getting shot right now? Guys, that's not very cool. Bandit. Oh, hell nah. I don't think I want to deal with that. I can do whatever I want. It's not my fault you don't like it. Okay, well that's a crazy thing to say. And that's not necessarily true either. Ugh. Being here, I love this song. Okay, hold on. I'll put on your song. Just let me get away from these bandits first. Oh my god. You guys rocking with this freaky deer? Okay. Hold on. 915. Okay, it's in the queue. It'll play after rest area. Ew! Why is there a warm emoji? Yummers! Oh, okay. I will surely not forget after stream. Do your homework? God forbid a girl have a hobby. Listen, if you do your homework, then... Yeah, I got nothing. I got no motivational words. I don't think you should do your homework. What do I do with this? Am I supposed to kill this? That seems a bit rude. Kill the great beast? Is this the Daedric Lord? The Daedric Lord is a deer? Can you look into Songify so we can have song requests? Oh, I looked into something like that. Ugh. I think I just prefer to screen songs sometimes. Like, what if someone plays something that's like sucks really bad? Then what? Then I'm cooked. I'll look into it though. Yeah, I can. It's not the same without watching the music video though. Like, the animation is kind of what makes it good, in my opinion. Is it on Spotify? I don't know if this is the right one, but there's something called Bad Apple in the queue. 10-hour version is so awesome. Do I have to kill this deer? Like, is that really the only thing? Where's Skibidi Opera? Shit! That's only for Hollow Knight. Oh wow, he heals. Okay. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I don't make the rules. What is Skibidi Opera? Okay, fine, I'll queue up Skibidi Opera. Skibidi Opera. Hold on. T-Skibidi or not, in parentheses, Phantom Tax. Okay, it's in the queue. Oh. Hi.
Well met, Hunter.
What if we listen to Bad Apple while you do the caramel dancing hand movements? I don't have that set up. You're gonna have to... You're gonna have to wait for me to cook. Like, it's possible, but not currently. Did I just kill you? Dracula Flow? Ow, ow. That's so scary, like the werewolf video. No, it's good. It's good. It's good, I promise. Perhaps. Are you her sign?
I am the spirit of the hunt. Just one glimpse of the glorious stalker that your kind calls Hircine.
Oh, Hircine. Sorry, I said your name wrong. Will you remove the crease from the string?
I may consider it. But you must first do a service for my glory.
Okay.
The one who stole it has fled to what he thinks is his sanctuary.
We are like really close. I love Dracula Flow. Oh my goodness. You're so based. You're so based, Crypt. I like that one so much.
Seek out this rogue.
What if at planch time you play a song and we all have to planch during it?
And make it an offering to me.
Like, you want me to be live on stream and we're all planching together? I just don't believe that people would do it with me. You'd be like, alright, I'm gonna do it. And then you're just gonna stare at the Twitch. I don't think that would go very well. Entertainment by Millie? Yeah. Were you guys not vibing with my background music? You said, God, I hate your music. Listen to Bad Apple. And I say, okay. Entertainment. Millie. Oh, this sounds freaky. Goblin Slayer 2 opening. Okay, it's in the queue after Skibbity Opera. Don't even worry. I will not be blanching this time either. Guys, should I kill the werewolf or no? I think if a freaky deer tells you to do something, you should probably do it, huh?
Fly, my hunter. There are others who vie.
Yes, but I would do it with you. That's so sweet of you.
Don't dally while the prey.
Got a dip. Good luck on the house hunt. I have faith you won't be homeless for long. Thank you so much. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it so much. So much. Okay. Alright, we're hunting, I guess. Yeah, kill the werewolf? Alright. I'll see if he's ugly. Maybe if he's not ugly, we'll spare him. This is not really the right version. I don't think the right version is on Spotify. Oh my god, a lockpick! What happened here? Play. I think there's an option to kill. We should pick it every time. You think so? I only want to kill people who will deserve it. I don't know. What if they're like, kill this child? Isn't that kind of messed up? It's okay, it's still good. It is so good. It makes me wish it was the other version though. Isn't everyone ugly in the game? Oh. Yeah, you might have a point. But there's some baddies. Like there's like a mercenary girl who like looks nice. I only want to kill people. Frost 2026. Okay, I did not say that. Get over it. I think they deserve it. Wow, you guys are kind of bad influences, huh? Yippee! Oh my god, my levels are going up. This is exactly what we wanted. Don't kill the Jester Man when we force you to do the Dark Brotherhood questline. You cannot force me to do the Dark Brotherhood questline. That's too mean. That's too mean. They're like, kill these 3 random people. They didn't do anything wrong though. And then I feel bad. Do you think ugly people deserve to die? She wanted to kill all the ugly people. I didn't say that. Did I say that? I'm not really sure if I said that. That sounds like something I would say, but I don't think I did. Listen, we're just killing people who are mean. Like, if their vibes are off, then they can die. But the sweet people, we can't kill them. I'm awaiting the TwitLonger apology. Man, I don't even have Twitter. It's so over. They did do stuff wrong, though? They did? Do you not talk to them? They're all, like, evil? They are? Oh. Maybe I didn't. Guys, it's been a long time. Guys, it's been a long time. I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on, but people are gonna be dying. Okay, people are gonna be dying. But we're not just killing everyone willy-nilly. We have some sort of standards here. Come on, Freak Bobs, get it together. The Discord longer apology? What's the Discord character limit? Like, I've reached it before, but it's pretty long, right? No. Man. I don't like killing wolves. was creeping on a girl. Oh. Well, we can kill them. We can kill them. That's fine. I think we should kill Willy and Nilly. What did Willy and Nilly do wrong? Kill that wolf? Are you making fun of me right now? I killed the wolf. Don't even worry. Their names are ugly. Willy Bob and Nilly Bob. Wait, tag yourself. Who are you feeling for today? I think I'm feeling Nilly Bob. Okay, wait. Skibidi Opera's on. Listen up. Are you listening? Are you listening? I think we should download the Skyrim multiplayer mod and see how many people can join before it breaks. I do not think we should do that. That just sounds like a bad idea overall. Somebody turn this down. Do you like it? Do you like it? I'm playing this for you. Got Willy Bob vote and Nilly Bob vote today. Oh, I'm chilly. Wait, am I supposed to go over a mountain? Oh, it's like on the top of the mountain. Okay, surely we can get there. What are we listening to right now? I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember where I found this song. But I remember I was playing Hollow Knight like last year. It was a really long time ago. But I remember I just played it on repeat for the entire stream and it was so awesome. And I think about that every time I hear it. Why was when Fuzz played this over Hollow Knight music during the HK streams the whole time? You liked it. You liked it. Mantis Lords? Nah. We got Skibidi Opera foe today. This at the Hot Pot apartment would go hard. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was a Dracula flow moment. No, I want Hot Pot. Man, I do too. Noodles sound so good right now. Okay. Okay, we auto-saved. Surely we kill a werewolf and it's fine. Do you think werewolves count as undead? Probably not. 24-hour Omori stream with Skibidi Opera in the background the whole time? Yo! I will say, I think the music of Hollow Knight is probably the best part for me, anyway. But, you know, after playing it for a few hours, you're like, I need some more motivation, because I am dying to this soul guy over and over again. Join the hunt? What are we listening to? This sounds like it would be in like a Tim Burton film. We could all be in Hot Pot and Roblox right now? Is that a real option? Kind of awesome.
Has the Blood Moon called you, fellow hunter?
What do you mean by that?
The prey is strong. Stronger than the hunters.
There is Roblox Hot Pot? Oh
Bring
my
him down
god.
for the glories of Lord
Wait, that's kind of awesome. 99 Skibidi Opera nights win. Oh my god. Methinks not! Jen is a hater. Jen is a hater. And that's why I'm not level 10 right now. Oh. Wow, that really is a red moon, huh?
You.
Me?
Why?
Hi. Am I supposed to kill you? How is your Hollow Knight music getting covered by Skibidi Opera? Oh. Okay, that's valid, I guess. What does it say about me that I've talked about Roblox the last 2 streams? Do you want a real answer? You have taste. Nah. I'm drooling at the idea of hotbod, TBH. Why?
And I would
What?
deserve it, wouldn't I?
Eat your cake.
I can't stop you if that's
Stop
what you want to
drooling.
do.
Eat your cake.
Cursing is too powerful. To spare me.
You love talking to kids? You can't even do that unless you upload your
promise
ID.
To never return to civilized life. I know now that I can't live among people.
Oh. Should we spare him? I'm not really close enough to tell how bad it is, but he is looking kind of ugly. Give me a real answer. Change my mind. I did eat my cake. What flavor was it? What is going on? This isn't Goldfish Warehouse. Okay, well, we have the goldfish already, but we can't talk to the Jarl to get lands for that house until we're level 10, and I'm only level 8. So surely this is leveling me up. Should we kill him? He sounds kind. He sounds kind, but he is kind of ugly.
So be it.
Happy cake, yo! Cinnamon mention. Wait, can you come here faster? Are we talking to a Roblox werewolf? Cause surely killing him gives XP or something. I don't know where he went. He said so be it and then like crawled away. You have to go to church to level up. Darn it. Okay, we'll do that later. What is that? I don't really know where I am. Oh my god, that thing! Wow. I'm carrying too much to be able to run. Wait, what's the weapon I took? Ah! That did not look like a good one. Oh, Sword of Scorching. Wait, maybe that's good. This one isn't very high value, but I want to, like, scrap it for parts. I forgot how you do that. Kill him? Kill him? He likes talking to kids? Oh, okay. Sounds like a good enough reason to me. Why am I wearing Imperial stuff? Do I have other boots? Surely I don't need that. Oh, I definitely don't need that. Ugh, we're so close. You can get a house from Jarl of Whiterun, I think? Yeah, but I want to build a house. I don't want their ugly, boring, lame house. I want to make one, and I want it to be so awesome. But, it's taking a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Ugh, we're still carrying too much. Ugh. This game is so hard. Genuinely so hard. What did I do to deserve this? I noticed you don't have an Edward emoji. Even though I painstakingly hunted down a picture for you. Oh, shoot. I put it in Discord. I didn't put it in Twitch yet. Hold on. Hold on. Are you being patient? Hold on. Be patient. Hold on. Hold on. Image is not square shaped. We're cooked. Can somebody make this PNG square shaped? Who wants to do work for fast? Raise your hand. Well, it's loading like it's trying. Maybe it's fine. Sai, send it over. Okay. Sending. Is there a way to become a landlord in this game? Any real estate investments? Man, I hope so. Me. Never mind, Zora's got you. Oh. Wait, aren't you doing homework? Wait, weren't you also supposed to edit my cats to look like Taco Bell? Sigh. Who would rent a house from me? Oh my god. Pretend my hand is raised. I can't move my arms. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm getting rid of stuff. Wait, one. I need something that weighs a lot that doesn't sell for a lot. I guess surely I can find another cold thing. But I want to disassemble it for parts. Do you see my issue? Why does this have poison on it? She's not doing homework. After homework, I'll do it. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not actually upset. I also want Taco Bell. You could put Taco Bell in the hot pot. Have you considered that? Trap. Surely the mace is important. And then that's just not important. Okay. Okay, hold on. Thinking emoji. Do I have anything on my head? Oh, I guess that's the robes, huh? Can I wear this wedding band? I guess not. What's your Taco Bell order? Oh my goodness. Everybody drop their Taco Bell order in chat. Is this shock? Winning shock. It's like the same thing. Sigh. Can I not wear rings? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Why is every Taco Bell near me out of Baja Blast Zero? I've never even heard that before. Crunchwrap Supreme and a Baja Blast Zero. They've been out for weeks. I thought there was just Baja Blast. I didn't know there was different kinds. I'm so sorry. I love the cravings box. I have not been to Taco Bell in a really, really, really long time. I think last year in July, maybe. Because I went to a Stray Kids concert. And I think I got Taco Bell around then. The square version back to you. Wow. Thank you so much. This is so beautiful. Okay, hold on. Are we holding our horses right now? Okay, if you refresh the stream, there should be a Twilight emoji. We need a Taco Bell appointment. Oh my god. That's so real. Also, what is Minecraft Bob? Sheesh. Is there a Taco Bell Roblox game? Horse is your horse! My horse. Is this where I came from? I don't even know. Is there a Taco Bell Roblox game? My sister used to play like a pizza delivery one. I don't think it was affiliated with any sort of pizza place, so it was just like general pizza delivery. Oh wow, I kind of suck at this, huh? Should have saved, huh? She tricked me to get an ad. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god. Me when I get 3 cents because all you guys are watching ads right now. Sheesh. Okay.
As the blood moon called, but more will come. Bring him down.
I hope it was work at a pizza place. No way that's what it's called. That's crazy. It might have been. Oh. I don't know what happened there. Okay, you have that. Everything is surely fine. Can I confess something? Skyrim just looks like Elden Ring to me. I've never played Elden Ring. Maybe they're the same. 3 cents, let me refresh a few more times. Shit. Thank you so much. So nice of you. Ah! Fumbled.
And I would deserve it, wouldn't I?
Well appointment.
I can't stop you
Oh
if
my
that's what you
God.
want to do. Cursing is too powerful.
Only if we can get... Only if we can get
powerful
chips.
And
Not
I
like
promise
nachos,
to
just
never
like the
return to
little
civilized
side
life.
of chips in the little bag.
I know now that I can't live among people.
It's saying I need a sub to use Edward, but I'm already subbed. Help. Why are you getting scammed right now? I really, I don't know how to fix that. Nacho fries are so good. Oh, I think I had those before. It's been a long time.
So be it.
I want to say that I thought they were maybe a little too salty, but like I would still eat them if they were there. Teen Jacob. Wait, that's kind of real. I'm a bit of a poser. I am a bit more of a Team Jacob. But I don't think a Jacob emote is as funny. This was another hostile message? I'm laughing? Why so much hostility, guys? What's up with that? Here. I was told by someone they're permanent now? I didn't know they were ever not permanent. I didn't know it was like a McRib situation. How do I put this away? Twitch has been broken for you. Are you on the app? I feel like Twitch Mobile is always broken. I'm about to get hostile? Well, apparently you've already been hostile. What's up with that, huh? Ugh, carrying too much to be able to run. I eat a snack. Surely a snack will help. Oh my god, cheese. Cheese. Some tomatoes. Yep, looking good. And then we're gonna save and we are not gonna have to do that over again. Okay, hostile Bob. Troll school? They kept taking it away and bringing it back. Oh. How dare they? Was the dirty soda? Or the like cream? Where they put cream in your Baja Blast? Was that permanent or did they take that away too? I know my friend was complaining about it being gone. Oh my god, a better bow. Sheesh. You like the cheese? You're supposed to save them for stacking? Oh my god. It's not even an issue. I'm gonna have so much cheese that, like, that was so negligible. You know what I'm saying? Haha. Anyway, don't worry about that. I got a better bow. Sheesh. Pink, she can't keep it. That's real. Looking for pink cheese only. I don't know if I'm strong enough. Dirty what? I've not seen the dirty soda. Dirty Bob. Yeah, it's like they put cream in your soda and it's like a dirty soda, right? Soda with vanilla cream, vanilla syrup, heavy cream milk. Oh, I thought it was just straight up heavy cream. I didn't know it was vanilla flavored. Oh, that sounds so good. Ugh. They're storing it with the Baja Blast Zero. Aw, hell nah. Oh, he found me. Ah, he's really ugly. Wait, can I stop crouching? Hold on. Why are you so tinky? Can you only be damaged to a steel or silver? That's unfortunate. I think Foss will let us choose our next stream name? Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow I'm starting Danganronpa 3. What do you want the title to be called? I can change the title at my own will. Okay, well, you can do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that you should. You're scaring me just a little bit. Okay, hold on. I gotta favorite stuff. Wait, that is favorited. Then why is it not here? I kind of forgot how favorites work. Anyway, no matter. I think only steel works. Or silver? Are steel and silver like the same thing if you squint? I think you should ask Dirty Bob or Freak Bob Fo today. And then tongue emoji, worm emoji. You want that to be the engaging title for people who want to see somebody play Danganronpa 3 for like the very first time? I miss DoorDash. There. We have DoorDash on Roblox, surely. Don't you think it would attract people? Maybe. I feel like all caps, like first time Danganronpa 3, I feel like more new people would come. What is this poll? Oh my god, thank you so much. I didn't fit all the emojis in the first one. Why isn't there a select all? You want all of them to be the stream title? Okay, well, look. Maybe I'll put this in my notes app and we can cycle through them. How about that? Wait, I keep forgetting. Maybe using a potion would be good. This isn't super helpful. Oh, I guess two-handed is good. And then... Do you think werewolves use stamina? Surely that works. I hope selects ow wolf emoji. Surely they would never. But this is not doing like anything. I think I'm under level. I think level 8 is not good enough. But I'm already here. So like what am I supposed to do about that? Maybe we just flames? Oh, is this not even two-handed? Okay. You should just double fire him. Okay. Surely that's the move. Surely there's a way to cheese it, like get him stuck. Be better, girl! You're right. This isn't working even a little bit. Thank you so much. Wait, it's working a little bit. But he does a lot more damage than me. Emergency. Man, I need more cooked food for real. We're fortifying our health right now. Yup. Yup. You know, scream, whistle, cheese, and drop 50 blocks on his head. Okay. I don't have any shouts unlocked. The poll has ended. Dirty Bob or Freak Bob tongue emoji. Okay. Man, nobody voted ow wolf emoji. Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow, Daniel. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling like I can't kill this werewolf, but it's fine. We're doing our best. Dirty Bob or Freak Bob Fo today? No dad. Okay, is that the next stream title or is that this stream title? Your horse? Shoot. I'm washed. It's because I played Skibbity Opera over Hollow Knight. Okay, what if I'm on this mountain and he can't get to me? Thoughts? What happened to Dad? He took a time out? Why'd he do that? Okay. Well... Yup. Okay, we'll have flames in one hand and feeling in the other. Well, I think I need to get him over here and then climb up the mountain. Glad you recognize your mistakes. Sigh, I didn't even finish Hollow Knight. I was like, I'm gonna work really hard to get Grim, and then I couldn't get Grim. I wasn't strong enough. Okay, I'm doing stuff. It's not working. It's not working. Help! Help! Somebody do something! I'm sad and scared. I'm dying. I'm literally dying and you guys are doing nothing. This is so sick and twisted. You didn't finish? Finish Hollow Knight and I'll sub. Oh my god, that's crazy. Like an ending. But like, I don't know. They said there's more endings, so I didn't do that. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Twins, I didn't finish either. Oh my goodness. I didn't know you played Hollow Knight. Loving your model, by the way. Aw, thank you. Thank you. I worked hard on it. Extortion is illegal. No, it's fine. She's allowed to do that. I can get behind a little extortion. Beat Pantheon 5 and I'll sub. I don't even know what that is. Like the Coliseum? I didn't beat the Coliseum either. I tried really hard though. Does it count if I tried really hard? Okay, wait. I think I'm doing something. I can use him now. Sheesh! This is so awesome. Hollow and Pantheon are good? I'm not sure if I ever got to the Pantheon. Played like 2021? One day I'll go back. Surely one day you'll go back. You're doing so well right now? Oh my god. Tucks hair behind ear. Pretty cool, huh? If only my magic wasn't sussy. Smart strat, thank you so much. I may not be the best at combat, but I do quite like cheating. Use your bow? Does it damage him? I was under the impression that he like low-key wasn't getting damaged by anything other than like silver and fire. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it's doing much. I think double flames is the strat. Cheating is so awesome. So real. Cheesing, am I right? Oh yeah. The cheese wheel strat. Oh wait, please come back. Please come back. Please. Thanks so much. Of course it wouldn't get damaged by arrow. Surely one of them didn't miss. Look, he's burnt to a crisp. I'm so good at this game. I can skin him! Yay! Let's tear the skin from his body!
You've done well, Hunter.
Oh. Why aren't you a deer?
And found my favor. That skin will serve you well.
Why is he freaky? I like his hair. I like his haircut quite a lot.
My glory shall protect you from
Of course, skinning innocent creatures? Innocent creatures! This girl, Or this guy teared apart somebody's little girl. So I think I was valid. I think I'm a valid shoddy. Big skin hunter. What a normal thing to say. It is. And now it's ours. Isn't that so awesome? Thank goodness. I'm gonna save. Silver ring. Yup. Yup. Looking good. Oh my god. My cat's playing with my coffee cup. Turn him into a rug for your house? Is his skin pretty? Wait, did I give it to the freak? I might have given it to the freak. I don't know if I have it. Sorry, I don't think we can have a werewolf skin rug. Gee, hi cat. Meow. Psst, 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 psst. She's not interested in attention. She's only interested in the, like, residual milk from my coffee. Outward emoji is implied with every message I send. What? That's so awesome. That's the most aura thing I've ever heard. Hold on, I'm lost. Where's the door? Yup. You do not strike me as a coffee drinker. I like iced coffee. So I have like an espresso machine. And I'll make espresso and then I'll put that in a coffee cup. And then I'll fill the rest with milk and ice and vanilla syrup. And it's so yummy. A sweet little treat. But I would never just drink like straight coffee, you know. I just like it more as like a flavor. Eggman is looking a little different. Do you love him? Do you love him? Say yes. The emoji changes it so much I'm laughing. I can't really imagine Edward saying that, to be honest. Okay. Well, shoot, you have to sleep to level up, right? But if you sleep, it like gets rid of your levels. So I really don't know how I'm supposed to be doing stuff. Oh my god, I walked so far away. Bella, meow. Psst, psst, psst. Slide I can't. I can't imagine it. Where's Dr. Runman? Oh my god, do you want him back? Here you go. Sorry, turn my swag off for a second. What if I low-key turn fast travel back on for like 1 second and then go where I want to go and then put it back? Thoughts? I don't even know how to do that. That's why I swear it. Thank you so much. Oh wait, it's survive mode. Okay. Nobody look. Nobody look. Nobody look. Sheesh. He can say spider monkey, but not pss pss pss. Lie better. Honk honk, meow woof. The honk honk doesn't really add anything, I don't think. I don't really know what you're trying to communicate. Yo. You have running Eggman on your screen. I do. Needed something to fill the gaps. It's like the Victorious tweets where they say a feeling and have an emoji for it. Feeling hostile Edward emoji. Okay. That's nice. So what's your status? Is your status Bella lie better, hashtag Hong Kong, hashtag Meow Wolf, And then it says at the bottom, feeling hostile. Wait, hold on. What's my quest marker at? Oh, that's not for anything. That's just there. I'm drawing again? What are you drawing? Are you drawing an OC? Are you drawing an OC? Or are you drawing Edward from Twilight? Stop cooking! Oh, man. I'm looking for the inn. Laud's house? Imagine being named Laud. Okay, this is the Jarl's longhouse. This looks like something. Oh, it's a store. Not being funny so I can lock in. Yes, OC. Oh. I was hoping it was Edward. Man, okay. Man, imagine being Laud. Okay. If that were my name? I don't mean to sound shallow, but I don't think I'd be friends with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. Yo, is it not over here? The Bob or the Skinner Killer today? Feeling Bob! Man. I need a house. Your vibes would be off and you'd have to be killed. That's kind of real.
Welcome to Dead
I'm
Man's
sorry.
Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Can I be allowed to self-promo as a join? Joke. Yeah, you can self-promo as a joke. You have permission. You wouldn't be my friend? Friendship broken with X Cinnamon Fox X. Now Zoralius is my new friend? Yo! That's crazy. He's probably even more shallow than I am. I just still seeing. It's so good to see you. So many people said hi to you today.
Let me know if there's anything.
How was your day? Are you loving DC? Did you see? I don't know what's in DC. Did you see Abraham Lincoln Foe today? Okay. I didn't level up, by the way. It's so over.
You're going to have the men around
You still be my friend if my name was Laud? No, it's spelled L-O-D. I feel like if your name is Laud and it's spelled like Claude with some letters chopped off, I feel like that's unfortunate but like acceptable. Like we can get over it. But if it's spelled like L-O-D, like this, that's when it's rough. You see the cherry blossoms? Wait, are there cherry blossoms in DC? I didn't even know that. I've never been to DC, but that sounds so pretty. The White House owed a Lincoln Foe today. Sheesh. I did see the links. Oh my god, that's so nice. Remember, you can pay me to draw Edward from Twilight. Please don't, though. I'm not interested in drawing Mormon fanfiction. Why are you a coward? Why are you a coward, Shrimp? Ah! Does anybody know how to level up in this game? DC is known for cherry blossoms? Really? I'm cherry blossom season? I've never seen a cherry blossom before. I've seen like flowering dogwoods in them, like red buds. Like I've seen cheese with flowers on them, but never a cherry blossom. I happen to go. Oh my god, I'm going to church. Sorry. Hall of the Dead is probably church related. Feeling George Washington? Is that from a song? Do they say that in Truman from Stray Kids or no? I feel like they say George Washington. I'm sorry. Is that real? I'm not even at church. Okay, I'm going west. West church. Just know a lot about Mormon church, like way more than any sane person should know. And you don't even know about the dirty soda? Isn't that like the Mormon thing? You should go see the blossoms. I can be your tour guide? That would be so nice. That would be so nice. On the way. I'm about to drop some bars. Feeling George Washington? Because I'm gonna Washington. Wow. I feel like saying I'm about to drop some bars and then it was like the silliest thing I've ever read. At least in the last month was kind of awesome. Are you playing this because of shrimp? Would that be an issue? Listen, last Thursday I was just streaming like whatever. Like I didn't have anything planned. So I played Ultra Kill, and I played Mormons, and then I played Skyrim. And they were all chat suggestions, and they were all kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Church didn't really help. I don't know. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. 0 for 3 tonight. Werewolf Lad. My song. But that was your song? Does bars mean song? I thought bars just meant like any poetry. Is that not real? Also, is this all that this is? Just like a house? There's gotta be something interesting. You should go back to Hollow Knight. Okay. It's been so long since I played that. I'm afraid I forgot how to do it. But I wouldn't be opposed to that. I had a good time playing it. I think I was just bad at it, so it kind of wore down on me. I think a werewolf is something else. Because you said it was from a song? Oh. Yeah, I don't know what song it is. I'm pretty sure there's a K-pop song that says George Washington, but I'm not 100. But I think it's low-key cooked for me. It's like 8 p.m. and I gotta eat somewhat soon. And I am not level 10. Sigh. Just start from the beginning! Oh my god. Do you know how many hours I have in that game? I don't know how many hours I have. Let me see. Update paused. Why did they update it? I have 65 hours. And that's just from like one playthrough. I really don't think I could do that again. I would explode. This message is censored? Why is it? I wish I could react to Twitch messages to give this a thumbs down. Wait, you're kind of cooking. They should add reacting to Twitch messages.
Good, but loyalty's better. I'm loyal to Dengear first and the Empire second.
Do you have a quest?
I was Den. I would take a true Nord places.
I don't like his voice at all.
All else.
What you got for
Looking
sale?
to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Do you want to buy my stuff? You can have this. Sheesh! You can have this too.
Take a look.
Wait, do you not buy Misk? Oh, you do? You're just a hater. You're not buying any of the things I want you to buy.
See me at my forge.
You got your goldfish, it's okay. Oh my god. You did so good, you deserve to eat. Oh, thank you so much. I guess we're just homeless for today. Man, that was my only goal. 65 hours of good practice for a new run. Maybe you should play Hollow Knight. Have you considered that? Maybe you should start a new run. Showering ready for bed at 8 p.m.? Aw, hell nah. It's so over. Like, I shouldn't shower. It'll work. That's so awesome. Okay. I hope everyone has such good planching today. I guess this is good. I guess this is good enough. At the very least, I made it to the area where, like, you can get a house. What's wrong for being ready for bed at 8 p.m.? Well, I guess getting ready for bed, there's nothing wrong with. But if you're, like, fallen asleep at 8 p.m., I might call you a grandpa. Trying to cheer, but Twitch won't let you. But Twitch hates you for real, for real. Did good, don't worry. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm falling asleep for real. I'm the grandpa. It's okay, grandpa. We still love you. Okay. Goodbye. I like that there's a help button. Kind of awesome. Put on a movie and she'll be dead asleep. Wait, that's that's kind of nice. I feel like going to sleep to movies and TV shows is valid. As someone who just walked 17,000 steps today, I'm so ready for bed. I guess that's fine. I guess if you walked a lot, that's valid. Sent from my Pixel phone. Thank you so much for the Edward bit. That's so lovely. The shower at a retirement home for today. Wow, that's yup. Why not both, you guys? Anyway, I'm gonna enjoy my dinner so much. Um, 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 Who to Wade. I think I rated this person recently. Let's rate B. I like B. Okay, I hope you guys all have such a great day. All my tired little grandpas, I hope you get I hope you get such good rest. And make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and have such a great day. Rest your day. Can't wait for the Mori stream tomorrow. Haha. Yeah, it's gonna be so awesome. I'm definitely not streaming Danganronpa 3 for the first time tomorrow. We're definitely streaming Omori 24 hours. Anyway, Zora posted the right messages so you can copy whichever one you like. And make sure you show B lots of love. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.